And welcome back. Yours truly, Anthony Parker Alexander of Keeping It Honest. We don't just keep it simple, we don't just keep it real, we keep it honest. And this is really day three of the Democratic Convention, not day two. But we thank you for watching for the first 2 days. This is the day three convention. If you watch our show, you know we try to do things with Parker twist. We try to give the right side, we try to give the left side. And at the end of the day, hopefully you decide. You may not like what we do, but hopefully you'll say, wow, you know what? They gave us the truth. For example, Project 2025. Everybody's talking about that. Is it a good thing? Is it a bad thing? It's a 900-page book. We're going to give you the truth about it as we've given you, and you learn from that. We talk Democrat, we talk Republican, we talk independent issues. So you can't really say that maybe we're leaning, and if we are, do me a favor, contact me. Let me know. You can email me. Email address is parkerman2011 at gmail.com, parkerman2011 at gmail.com. Or you can text me, leave a voicemail, 216-702-3718, 216-702-3718. And remember to like, as we do it this way. Well, good thing I'm not a weather person. To like and subscribe. Like and subscribe right here. There we go. Right there. Like and subscribe. Make sure you do that. We thank you for all the subscribers, all the people that have liked. As we continue to grow, you continue to grow. And we're growing, and it's all because of you. Speaking of you, I have this page called a Patreon page. It's kind of like a PBS page for fundraising, for people that do video podcasts, for content creators. It's what kind of keeps them going. And it's us seeing the gratitude from you. So you go to patreon.com, type that in, then type in Keeping It Honest, and then my page will come. And there's three tiers. Three tiers. And on there, you can contribute what you want for each tier. You pick a tier and you contribute it. It can be monthly, it could be one time. You see what we do, hopefully. You've seen us do lives. We've done a lot of lives. Boy, we've done a lot of lives. Not lives, because then I might be one of these national politicians. But we've done a lot of lives. Lives, not Lies. We've done shorts from 5 seconds to, not too long ago, we did a long form live show, which was 5.5 hours. Whew, that was the first night of the Democratic Convention. That was a long one. That was my longest one I ever did. Yesterday, we did 3 hours and 4 minutes of the convention. So when you go to this Patreon, you can contribute anything you like to show your support of yours truly. Because a lot of this is from impact, from me asking people online, out in the streets, what do they like to see, and then me doing it with the Parker twist or Parker spin, and then you recognizing the work that we put into the show. My first big interview, somebody came up to me, somebody I know, and said, "Why don't you see about interviewing Dr. Cornel West?" And for years, I've been in broadcasting off and on for years. I stopped for a while, got back recently into it. And so, even when I was doing mainstream media, that's my background, I never had even thought I'd be able to even contact Dr. Cornel West. And I've interviewed famous people over decades, just me doing my Parker spin, Parker twist, and taking it to another level. So when I started doing the streaming, somebody said, "Why don't you think about Dr. Cornel West?" And I contacted his people, which was his wife. They got back with me the next day. Then we did our interview. People were wondering, well, how have you been able to do this on your show as you've been growing? Well, it's because the product, you guys have believed in me, and I tried to make sure I give you the best. I've also run, for people that are new to the show, for Congress and local politics. And I can tell you, when you hear about conspiracy theories, there are conspiracy theories. So when people say there's backdoor deals, there are backdoor deals. I tried to show people, because I was on the ballot for Congress. Wow. Talk about grassroots. My roots were grass, okay? I wanted to show people that if you don't like who's in office, then you run, or you get somebody else to run. So tonight, last night was kind of hectic because so many things were happening at the same time. And I'm glad, because even the networks and the other streamers were having like major news difficulties. So what we do on this show, this Democratic National Convention, day 3, just erase that 2, mark it out, put a 3. We're going to have Bill Clinton. He's going to be speaking tonight, which is going to be interesting. The first night was Joe Biden, AOC, and Joe Biden, who immediately left after he finished. What did you think of that first night? First night was long. Joe Biden came on after the 11 o'clock hour. So it wasn't even a prime time thing. And some say that he was kind of ticked off because he was on so late. I mean, you're the president. You want to say your things. You want to say it when most people are watching, not when a lot of people are asleep. So it was a campaign thing. But he said after the first night, I'm going to go home. I'm going to go on vacation. And I'll watch everything from my house. And speaking of vacation, so they did a tally. They said out of his 3.5 years, over 300 days of those, he's been on vacation. Literally 1/4 of his time in office has been on vacation. Wow. Wouldn't you like a job like that? Over the 4 years, you're literally got a year of vacation. He was a guy that said he was going to run for 1 term and then say, you know what? I'm going to do it for another term. But then at the last minute, really last minute, he decided to drop out. Hence, we have Kamala. What do you think about her? You've seen a couple days of people talking about her. Her husband talked about her yesterday. He talked about how they were dating, and that on the day that she's officially getting nominated and becomes the official person to run for president, that it's also the 10-year anniversary. Wow. So he would be the, I would say, first husband. I forget what the title that they use. So he came on. Michelle Obama came on. And they kind of lit into Trump. And Barack came on. And it's kind of interesting because I've interviewed a guy, David Girl, and he wrote a book about Barack Obama. And we've aired a couple parts about Barack. And out of anything, he was around him for a while. So we've got some upcoming shows still dealing with that book. And some things will surprise you. But we're giving you the truth. Okay. So was it good to see? You had Barack Obama, you had Michelle Obama. Out of those two, would you have liked any of them to run for president? Remember, people kept saying a little over a month ago, let's get rid of Joe. Hey, you know what? Let's get rid of Kamala too. Let's just get a new ticket. Some that said their saving grace back then, a month ago, Michelle Obama. Or even Barack. So when you saw those two, how did you feel? The yes, we can. So it was interesting when Barack was on, 16 years to almost a day, or close to that week, was when he was running for president, second term, if I'm correct. So I played a 2016 event where he was finishing his term only 8 years ago. Only 8 years ago. Seems so long. And he was trying to nominate and back Hillary Clinton because of Trump was running. So he came on there, he gave this thing, we need to get out there and vote. Don't boo, vote. So 8 years ago, everybody thought Barack Obama was a saving grace, that he'd be the person to make everybody get out and vote. Well, Trump won. 8 years later, he's coming back again, and he's trying to get Kamala. So it was funny because he didn't promote Joe Biden. When Joe Biden was going to run 4 years ago, he really didn't promote him till the last minute. And think about this, like Donald Trump said, vote on your stomach. Is your stomach better off now than it was 4 years ago? Okay. If it was, then you know what to do. If it wasn't, then you know what to do. But it was good seeing President Obama, and it was good seeing Michelle Obama. And boy, could they sway people. But can they sway people to get out there to vote for Kamala? Can they? Can they? Something to think about. So tonight we have coming on President Bill Clinton. We're going to see still if he has that. But they're bringing some of the old school people out. It's like, geez, former House Speaker Nancy, I'm not going to stab you in the back, Joe Pelosi. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. I kind of like him. I kind of don't. I think he's in that political game. Cory Booker. I wanted him to run. I've liked him, but he's been tainted over the past couple of years because they say now he's part of the establishment. Amy Klobuchar, who I'm like, who cares? Of Minnesota. Chris Murphy of Connecticut. Oh, and Transportation Secretary, I think it was a former mayor, Pete Buttigieg, who I think his position sucks. So since he's been in it, what has he been able to do good? I think he was just given that. And Governor Josh Shapiro, who everybody loves, unless they think of him as a Jewish person, then they don't love him enough to maybe make him be that running mate because they didn't want to take the flack with Kamala. And Wes Moore of Maryland are set to speak. So what we're going to do, and we're also going to have some comments. People leave me a lot of comments on my phone, which I'm glad, or I go on my phone on my page, and I love the thread of conversation. So keep that going. So tell your friends you're watching, keeping it honest. Yours truly, Anthony Parker Alexander. And if you want to know some of the things that we do, I want you to check this out. This is some of the things.
Have you ever discussed Special Counsel Mueller or his investigation with anyone?
Could you repeat that question?
Has the president or anyone at the White House ever asked or suggested that you open an investigation of anyone? Yes or no, please, sir? Seems you'd remember something like that.
I don't know.
Please answer the question.
Senator, I think I've answered the question.
No, you've not.
I'm not able to be rushed this fast. It makes me nervous.
Can you think of any laws that give government the power to make decisions about the male body?
I'm not thinking of any right now. Never mind.
She won't back down. Neither will we. There you go. Some of the interesting things that Kamala Harris has done. When she's playing tough, So remember, we got the debate coming up too. And speaking of debates, who is she debating with practice-wise to be prepared for Trump? They asked J.D. Vance, well, who are you debating with to practice going against her running mate, Tim Walz? J.D. Vance said, pretty much, I got a neighbor down the street, a friend of mine, who lies and cheats. That's who I'm using. Bam. Wow. Keeping it honest, keeping it real. You're watching. Yours truly, Anthony Parker Alexander. And what we are doing now, we're going through the different sites to see what the other people are talking about, because we're going to go on some of their sites too and see how their views are. This person coming up now. Democratic Party is trying to go after all types of people, all walks of life, rich, poor, gay, straight, black, white. They want to be the people for all people. So check this out.
Let's move on.
Okay.
Please welcome Michigan Attorney General Dana Nessel.
Hello, Chicago. I'm Michigan Attorney General Dana Nessel. Let me tell you, being Attorney General is a tough job, right? But as California's Attorney General, Kamala Harris never shied away from a good fight. She's held accountable environmental polluters, sexual abusers, and transnational gangs. But what really stands out is when she stood up and protected her constituents' freedoms. In 2011, she refused to defend California's ban on same-sex marriage. She refused to argue that some families should have fewer rights than other families. It meant a lot. She was fighting for families like mine. Now, in 2022, I faced a similar situation when, after Roe v. Wade was overturned, Michigan's archaic abortion ban was resurrected. But Vice President Harris had my back, and she reminded me that protecting people's lives and defending their rights is our job. And just as the same-sex marriage ban was overturned in California, so too was the abortion ban in Michigan. By the way, I got a message for the Republicans and the justices of the United States Supreme Court. You can pry this wedding band from my cold, dead, gay hand.
Wow.
And I'm retaining a lot of water, so good luck with that. Look, I know that whether she's Attorney General or President of the United States, Kamala Harris will always be in our corner. Now, America, you get to be the judge. Do we go back to the corruption, criminality, and chaos of Donald Trump? Or do we move forward with Kamala Harris? We know when she takes an oath to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution, she's actually read it. We know that she'll appoint Supreme Court justices who will protect our freedoms. And let me tell you, Kamala knows you go from the courthouse to the White House, not the other way around. Ladies and gentlemen, I rest my case.
All right, so what do you think about her, huh? Wow. Coming up now, one of my favorites, Cory Booker. Cory Booker.
So coming up, we have John and Rachel, proud, loving parents of 3. On October 7th, their son Hirsch, a U.S. citizen, was at a music festival when Hamas attacked. He was taken hostage, and he is still being held today, an American citizen. Rachel and John want what every parent wants.
This is going to be
To
interesting.
hold their child close, to love on them, and keep them safe. I'm honored to introduce the 2 of them tonight.
Here's her story. You're watching Keeping It Honest, yours truly, Democratic National Convention, Day 3. Now outside, there are protesting this war. And here they go. Prayers be with them no matter what. Bring them home. When will this war end? Is it going to end in the Biden administration or the Trump or Harris administration?
At this moment, 109 treasured human beings are being held hostage by Hamas in Gaza. They are Christians, Jews, Muslims, Hindus, and Buddhists. They are from 23 different countries. The youngest hostage is a 1-year-old red-headed baby boy, and the oldest is an 86-year-old mustachioed grandpa. Among the hostages are 8 American citizens. One of those Americans is our only son. His name is Hirsch. He's 23 years old. And like Vice President Kamala Harris, Hirsch was born in Oakland, California. Hirsch is a happy-go-lucky, laid-back, good-humored, respectful, and curious person. He is a civilian. He loves soccer, is wild about music and music festivals, and he has been obsessed with geography and travel since he was a little boy. His bedroom overflows with atlases, globes, maps, and National Geographic magazines. On October 7th, Hirsch and his best friend, Honor, went to a music festival in the south of Israel. It was advertised as celebrating peace, love, and unity. They also went to celebrate Hirsch's 23rd birthday.
Oh, wow.
As rockets began to fall, Hirsch, Honor, and 27 other young festival goers took refuge in a 5-foot by 8-foot bomb shelter. Terrorists began to throw grenades into the shelter. Aner stood in the doorway and repelled 7 of those grenades before the 8th one killed him. Altogether at the Nova Music Festival, 367 young music lovers were killed. This was just one of the many attacks on neighborhoods and communities in southern Israel on that terrible day. In total, 1,200 were killed, including 45 Americans. Hirsch's left forearm, his dominant arm, was blown off before he was loaded onto a pickup truck and stolen from his life and me and John into Gaza. And that was 320 days ago.
Almost a year ago.
Since then, we live on another planet. Anyone who is a parent or has had a parent can try to imagine the anguish and misery that John and I and all the hostage families are enduring.
Rachel and I are comforted to be back in our sweet home, Chicago. We were both born and raised here, and our families still live here. This is a political convention, but needing our only son and all of the cherished hostages home is not a political issue. It is.
They're saying, bring them home, all of them.
It is a humanitarian issue.
Bring them home. Bring them home. Bring them home.
The families of the American 8 hostages meet every few weeks in Washington. We're heartened that both Democratic and Republican leaders demonstrate their bipartisan support for our hostages being released. We've met with President Biden and Vice President Harris numerous times at the White House. They're both working tirelessly for a hostage and ceasefire deal that will bring our precious children, mothers, fathers, spouses, grandparents, and grandchildren home, and will stop the despair in Gaza. We are all deeply grateful to them. We're also profoundly thankful to you, the millions of people in the United States and all over the world who have been sending love, support, and strength to the hostage families. You've kept us breathing in a world without air.
Kept us breathing in a world without air.
There is a surplus of agony on all sides of the tragic conflict in the Middle East. In a competition of pain, there are no winners.
No winners in this competition of pain. Interesting.
In our Jewish tradition, we say, Kol Adam Olam Umlo'o. Every person is an entire universe. We must save all these universes.
Amen.
In an inflamed Middle East, we know the one thing that can most immediately release pressure and bring calm to the entire region. A deal that brings this diverse group of 109 hostages home and ends the suffering of the innocent civilians in Gaza. The time is now.
Hirsch, if you can hear us, we love you. Stay strong. Survive.
Bring them home.
Man, what did you think about that? Keeping it honest. Yours truly, Anthony Parker Alexander. This war going on. I know it's split up families, it's split up people, it's split up countries. How do you think President Biden has been doing as far as this war? How do you think, if elected, President Harris will do? How do you think President Trump will do? We know Biden said he wants to bring them home. It would be interesting because I think back in 1977 or something like that, Jimmy Carter was president. He was going up against Richard Nixon, and there were American hostages in Iran. And the last month or month or so of his time in office, as he was running to get reelected, he didn't come out literally of the White House. He was invisible as far as being out there for the country. Who does that remind you of? He wasn't in his basement, but he didn't come out the house. And that's the White House. So the day that he ended his term, because he lost the race, and the first day of the inaugural for President Reagan, those hostages were released. So did Tehran say, you know what? We're going to give them up, but only to you, Reagan? Because let's say Jimmy Carter would have won that second term. What would have happened to those hostages then? He didn't win. Reagan won. The hostages got released. So with all the people being held hostage, are they kind of waiting to see how this plays out if Trump wins or if Harris wins? Other people are watching these debates and everything else, and they're watching how America looks, and they're saying, hey, you know what, darn it, it could be like Trump. Man, we wanted Biden to win because we know that we can control Biden. Or, you know what, we don't want Trump to win because he scares us. But with Harris now, and she's doing the tough talking, is she going to do that when she has to sit down and talk to other leaders? That's something to think about. When you look at some of these people that are running for office, you got Robert F. Kennedy Jr. You've got Dr. Cornel West and a bunch of other people. Are they the ones that can sit around next to those dictators who have hostages and try to negotiate a deal, but yet also try to take care of their community? A lot of people in the community of the United States say, you know, you're giving money away to all these different countries, but you need to take care of home first. How do we find a better way? Growing up, didn't people say take care of yourself before you can take care of each other? We tend to take care of each other and kind of mess up on taking care of ourselves. I'm just keeping it honest. You're watching. Keeping it honest. Look at the bottom. Democratic Convention day number 3. Scratch number 2 out. As we go about some of the things that's happening in this convention. And so we have this person coming up now who worked with the Trump administration. And I'm going to see if I can pull it up here. So throughout the show, we're going to be going on different sites, getting different opinions. So you can see, wow, well, these people are really talking out the side of their neck. Or maybe they're saying things that they shouldn't say. Or maybe they should be saying things, but because they're on mainstream media, they're not saying it. So I am over here working my board and trying to get you the best of the best. And I think we have that coming up here. So this lady right here is going to tell her story. If I'm correct, she worked as a press secretary in the Trump campaign.
4 years ago, I resigned from the Trump administration. As a Republican who dreamed of working in the White House, it was a hard decision. But as an American, it was the right one. I saw how Donald Trump undermined our intelligence community, our military leaders, and ultimately our democratic process. Now, he's doing it again.
So she was working, which is interesting, as a White House staffer in the Trump administration. And she left, and now I guess she's in the Democratic Party. So she's telling her story of how it was to work with Donald Trump and why now she's working with the Democrats.
Lying and laying the groundwork to undermine this election. It's his MO to sow doubt and division. That's what Trump wants because it's the only way he wins. And that's what our foreign adversaries want because it's the only way they win. As a national security expert y como Latina y hija de una inmigrante mexicana
I don't know what she's saying.
que realizó el sueño americano, being inside Trump's White House was terrifying. But what keeps me up at night is what'll happen if he gets back there.
Whoa.
The guardrails are gone. The few adults in the room the first time resigned or were fired. I grew up in the kind of working family that Trump pretends to care about. Conservative, Catholic, Texan. July 4th was our most sacred holiday. Those values made me a Republican. And they're the same values that make me proud to support Kamala Harris. Not because we agree on every issue, but because we agree on the most important issue, protecting our freedom. So to my fellow Republicans, you aren't voting for a Democrat. You're voting for democracy. You aren't betraying our party. You're standing up for our country. Thank you.
Please welcome former Georgia Lieutenant Governor Jeff Duncan.
All right, let's hear what he has to say. Former Lieutenant Governor Jeff Duncan. You're watching Keeping It Honest. Yours truly, Anthony Parker Alexander, as we're in day 3 of the Democratic National Convention.
Good evening. Good evening. I bring greetings from the great state of Georgia. So let's get the hard part out of the way. I am a Republican. But tonight, I stand here as an American. An American that cares more about the future of this country than the future of Donald Trump. My journey started to this podium years ago when I realized Donald Trump was willing to lie, cheat, and steal to try to overturn the 2020 election. I realized Trump was a direct threat to democracy, and his actions disqualified him from ever stepping foot into the Oval Office again. I could spend my time revving up this crowd, but I'm certain I don't have to talk anybody out of voting for Donald Trump here. So I'm going to focus my attention on the millions of Republicans and independents that are at home that are sick and tired of making excuses for Donald Trump. If Republicans are being intellectually honest with ourselves, our party is not civil or conservative. It's chaotic and crazy.
Well, some people even saying that of the Democratic Party, because look what happened. You had Joe up there for 3.5 years, and especially the half year, saying he was okay, but it was obvious to the American people that something was wrong with Joe. Media's fault, his handlers. So where the Republicans look chaotic, I think so did the Democrats. But we're at the spot now where it's interesting. The Democrats seem calm and civil, and the Republicans, like he said, seem chaotic.
And the only thing left to do is dump Trump.
No. That's right.
These days, our party acts more like a cult worshiping a felonious thug.
Wow.
Look, you don't have to agree with every policy position of Kamala Harris. I don't. But you do have to recognize her prosecutor mindset that understands right from wrong, good from evil. She's a steady hand and will bring leadership to the White House that Donald Trump could never do. Let me be clear to my Republican friends at home watching. If you vote for Kamala Harris in 2024, you're not a Democrat, you're a patriot.
Wow. So he's putting a different spin. I like this part on voting. You're not a Democrat, you're a patriot. So cast away whether you're Democrat, Republican, pick the best candidate. Pick who you want to, at the end of the night, lay down and feel safe that they were the president of the United States. They all may not be smooth sounding, like President Obama, and calming like President Bill Clinton. But if they're the president of the United States that makes you feel safer today, you'd almost say than you ever have been, or but going in the future. And if that president calms your fears for the future, then that's the president you should pick. Think about that. Wouldn't that be?
In our family, my wife Brooke and I are raising 3 boys, and we have a family motto. And it says, doing the right thing will never be the wrong thing. During 2020, during just the lowest of lows, when we had armed officers outside our house protecting us from other Republicans, Donald Trump had targeted us. My son came downstairs, and he handed me this coaster that I'd given him years before at a father-son retreat for our church. And he said, hey, Dad, doing the right thing will never be the wrong thing. Stay strong.
See that? Doing the right thing will never be the wrong thing. Love you, babe. Dad. All right. Love that.
To my fellow Republicans at home that want to pivot back towards policy, empathy, and tone, you know the right thing to do. Now let's have the courage to do it in November. Thank you, and God bless you.
So what did you think about that? I like that. So he's a Republican, former Republican, that he is saying, don't just vote for the straight ballot, which upsets a lot of people because a lot of people, some people are saying that's why President Biden was pressured to go because people weren't donating, and also because the Democrats wanted all the votes. Let's check this out real quick. You're keeping it honest, as we do with yours truly, Anthony Parker.
Here, there's a crowd surge heading east.
Mike Pence, I hope you're going to stand up for the good of our Constitution and for the good of our country. And if you're not, I'm going to be very disappointed in you. I will tell you right now.
After his speech, Donald Trump returned to the White House, where he watched television for over 3 hours while thousands of his supporters violently attacked the Capitol. So a lot of people wondering too, did Donald Trump give the impression that he was going to go down to the Capitol too? But you think about that. Conspiracies? Some people think January 6th was an insurrection. Some people think it wasn't an insurrection. What do you think? What's red is red, but in a lot of people's eyes, what's red is blue.
We're going to give riot warnings. This is the outright here. We're going to give riot warnings. We're going to try and get compliance, but this is now effectively a riot.
49 hours declaring it a riot.
5 to 50 be advised, we're trying to breach and get to the Capitol.
So look at these pictures. Are these pictures of a riot? Or are these just pictures saying, you know what, we're just going to go down and visit the Capitol? What if you got a family and on that day, you know, hey, Dad, can we, while we're here, go visit the Capitol? Oh, yeah, let's go. So you take your kids, your wife, and you go down to the Capitol, and you're just walking around, taking pictures. And then all of a sudden your kid says, hey, Dad. And you're like, yes, son. I know we're walking calm and everything, but there's a whole bunch of people running towards us, I think, trying to get into the Capitol. Oh, yeah, son. Well, you know, we have our tickets and we're going to go in and, well, you know what? Since there are so many of them, maybe we'll let them go first. But Dad, that looks like an insurrection. No, son. It's just people that are in a rush. They're probably lunchtime. They probably want to go in and get ahead of us. So let's do the right thing because this is what democracy looks like and let them go ahead of us. So was this an insurrection? Was this a riot? Was this just a quiet, normal day? When people are looking for Mike Pence, when people are looking for Nancy Pelosi, and not to get autographs? What do you think? I'm just keeping it honest. Look at these pictures.
Breach of the Capitol! Breach of the Capitol to the upper level!
At 2:24 p.m., Trump posted a tweet attacking his own vice president. What did he say, I wonder?
Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country and our Constitution.
So then whose fault is it? Is it Mike Pence's fault that this insurrection happened? Or was it Donald Trump telling his people to go down to the Capitol? Again, you know, words have meaning. And right now in society, you never know what those words are and what they mean. So we're seeing that those aren't actors. Hang Mike Pence. Hang Mike Pence. Is this for real? Is this what democracy looks like? And look at the news right there. And they're saying hang Mike Pence with the White House right in between the rectangular wood with the noose. The noose literally is almost touching the top of the building. Now, do these look like riders? There's an even better picture. Look at all these people in this Capitol. This is crazy. What really were their intentions if there hadn't been police on board? See that picture? Look at all these people. All these people are trying to literally storm the Capitol. And we're saying there was no insurrection. Well, what do you call this? Give it another word then. If you don't like insurrection, rioters? What was it?
We're trying to hold the alphabet. We're trying to hold the alphabet down. We need an area for the House members.
See the House members running. Whether we like some of them or not, maybe they should run for their positions and get out of office, but running for their lives is a different story. Insurrection? You give me another name for it then.
You're all walking over now through the tunnel. We need to move now. If we lose any more time, we may lose the ability to leave. So if we're going to leave, we need to do it now.
Everybody's rushing. All the politicians are rushing to go underground to get away from some of these people. Kind of like, one of the scary movies where I gotta be careful what I say, where the bad people are trying to attack you and you're trying to run and you're with a group of people and one falls. Thank goodness none of them fell, the lawmakers, because what would have happened and they fell and they caught up with them? The question is, what would have happened?
We lost the line. We lost the line. All PD, get back. All PD, get back to the alphabet.
And they're telling them, the cops are telling the other cops, we've lost the line. Let's move back, man. Let's move back. This, you couldn't even make a, there probably might be a movie on this, but this is a movie because this is the real thing.
H208 with 4 members. The doors barricade. There's people flooded the hallways outside. We have no way out.
Officers still remaining on the House floor.
You have lawmakers here on the House floor. I don't know even what I would do. I mean, they're kind of calm, kind of panicking because people are trying to break in to get to these people.
So we can secure the members on the other side. Copy. Get them up.
I remember that picture, that cop right there. I don't know if he's still alive. I think he is, but look at what these people are doing. They're trying to get in to do something. And there's so much anger and fury that, again, if they would have gotten to what they wanted, where would this country be right now then?
And if I win, I will be looking very, very strongly about pardons. And I mean full pardons with an apology to many, an apology.
So almost 1,500 people have been charged with crimes related to the insurrection. And Trump has said if he gets in office, he's going to pardon them. You saw the same pictures. We're looking at this together. This is crazy. So what were they doing? I would like to interview somebody who was charged with crimes related to this insurrection and asked him exactly why and what were they trying to do? What were the end results? But Trump is saying that he gets in office, he will give them a pardon. What would you do? And the Supreme Court is technically on a technicality is saying, you know what, if I'm correct, that some of these people may be able to be free. Again, use this as cliff notes, but check it out yourself. So you can use this. What is our democracy? Our democracy is to have the right for free speech, but not the right to attack somebody. And again, God be with everybody on that day, because who knows what the end result of this term, the insurrection, would have been. Wow, I'm just keeping it honest. Like I said, Donald Trump says he will pardon them. Look at the picture again. They're going up against the Capitol. I don't know how many people we see here. You see a guy to the right, as I'm pointing, he has his fist in the air. He has his fist in the air. You can see it. Who's the ringleader of all of this? Or ringleader of all of this? How do you put a group like this together? Some people say Donald Trump did that.
Peaceful people. These were great people.
These were great people and peaceful people. Well, I hate to see people if they're angry.
Crowd was unbelievable. And I mentioned the word love, the love in the air. I've never seen anything like it.
So the love in the air. This is a lot of love. I mean, they're breaking down glass doors. They're hitting people. They're pushing people. This is what a love fest is. I would hate to see if these people ever get angry. So Donald Trump has been charged with the following crimes for his part in January 6th. Conspiracy to defraud the United States, conspiracy to obstruct an official proceeding, obstruction of an attempt to obstruct an official proceeding, and conspiracy against rights. So people who are Donald Trump fans, and you believe he's for America, are all those false claims? What do you think? Let me know. Parkerman2011 at gmail.com. Parkerman2011 at gmail.com. You can text me. Voicemail 216-702-3718. 216-702-3718. This is a Parker Twist. Oh, yeah, I forget. This is day 3 of the Democratic National Convention. Wow. If reelected, he will never be held accountable. Wow. So the question is if he's not elected, will he be held accountable? And some people are saying the scary thing, if he doesn't win. Some people say it's going to be a bloodbath. Some people say people will be tearing up things in the streets. So the best way, whoever votes, whether you're Democrat or Republican, don't make it close, because that means the country's still split. Make it an overwhelming win or an overwhelming loss for whoever you're voting for. That way there will be no questions of voter fraud, intimidation, everything. We don't want to make this the tightest race ever. We want to make it probably like the most overwhelmingly win or lost ever, to stop the critics and literally the conspiracy theories. I'm just keeping it simple, just keeping it real, and always keeping it honest. Woo. Let's see who's next.
Please welcome Mississippi Representative Benny Thompson.
Well, I hope Benny's good after this.
On January 6th, like most of my colleagues, I had one goal: to uphold the votes of the American people, the cornerstone of our American democracy. But as what you've just witnessed, let me remind you that the members of that violent mob had another goal. They wanted to stop the peaceful transfer of power for the first time in American democracy.
But the one thing, I guess they didn't stop it. But how many people are voting for Trump think that the election was rigged? Or how many people are voting for Trump that said, hey, you know what? I just think he's a good man. So, got a couple months. We don't know how this is going to go. I say vote with your heart.
Thank God they failed. Because in this country, we settle our differences at the ballot box, not through violence. It took a long time to get here, and we are not going back. Because I remember that dark history. It's my own history. In this life, my father never cast a vote because of Jim Crow. So I dedicated my career to protecting the votes against violence and discrimination. You can imagine what I felt on January 6th when I saw with my own eyes those insurrectionists trying to take that away. They did it to rob millions of Americans of their votes. They did it because Donald Trump couldn't handle losing. He lied about the election fraud. He called his conspiracy-led mob to Washington. He would rather subvert democracy than submit to it. Now he's plotting again.
So he's plotting again. So this is interesting. Is this an accusation? And how do we know that he's plotting again? Let's listen in on this.
Campaign proclaims that elections won't end until the moment of inauguration. We will win or it was rigged. We win or else. This is Donald Trump's America.
But again, the right to vote. If people don't get out to vote to say we want Kamala, and more people get out to vote to say we want Donald Trump, then prayerfully, as we go by how you're supposed to vote, the Democratic way, then the most votes win. There should be no question. Or Kamala Harris. People go out to vote for her more than they do Donald Trump. Is this like a scared tactic as far as who to vote for, Democrat and Republican? Can we just vote for the person that we feel rightly promotes America in the right way?
Elections are about choice. Choose democracy, not political violence. Choose the America we've always taught our children to love. Choose Kamala Harris.
Wow. Keeping it honest. Yours truly. We lost. There we go. Keeping it honest. Yours truly, Anthony Parker Alexander. Let me know what you think so far of the show. Interesting video. Take a breath. Oh, stretch a little bit. There we go. What do you think of the video about the insurrection? Should we have called it another name? So that was a peaceful visit from those people that wanted to get to some of the politicians. Wow. If you have any comments or questions, you can email yours truly. It's parkerman2011 at gmail.com. Parkerman2011 at gmail.com. What we're doing here is we're going to look at different media outlets and see what they're talking about to get that other spin. I like that other spin. We still have coming up Pete Buttigieg, Governor Josh Shapiro. Let's see, Amy Klobuchar or Klobuchar. Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. I'm looking on my notes, of course. So stay tuned. This has been interesting. Everybody's different interpretation of what America is all about. And I'm trying to make sure I get you the right one that I think is an interesting story to tell. So we've done this one a little bit, a couple times. I'm trying to get the mainstream channels and also trying to get, there we go, I think this is it, some of the streaming channels. And some of them are doing their discussions. So I like to kind of piggyback, see what they're talking about. That way you can't say we're leaning one way or another. And as they're at the convention, we're going to sit in, hear what some of them have to say, and see if we agree or you agree, or this is something where it's like, why are they even doing this? You can tell that it's fixed. So let's listen in and chime in whenever we can.
This is somebody who, prior to those 15 days ago, had never used a teleprompter. And I think that says a lot about him not being the career politician that so many people are used to. Strikingly different backgrounds for the two of them. Kamala Harris, you have her really as a career attorney who grew up in the deep blue California state. And then on the opposite side with Tim Walz, of course, a hunter, a veteran. The interesting thing about him, the first Democratic VP pick since 1964 who didn't even attend law school, David. Additionally, it's also going to be interesting to hear from at least two of the people who helped to set this night into motion, who, if it weren't for perhaps Nancy Pelosi, Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, we wouldn't be in this place tonight. But Hakeem Jeffries is going to be sort of the top of the evening, known as the Barack of Brooklyn.
And also those two, Hakeem and Pelosi, are supposedly two of the people that, backed Biden until they knifed Biden and said, hey, we want you out. Hakeem, of course, he wants to be the big man, Speaker of the House. So you got the big players now who, now that Biden's at home, probably watching. So maybe he's not even watching because he's like, it's not about me. They don't care about me anymore. I'm at home. So now it's the future. But you have Nancy Pelosi, who's talking about the future. She's the past, she's the present, she's still the future. She doesn't want to give up her power, knowing that AOC is right there, maybe with her knife to the back. Karma, whatever you do bad, it will be done bad to you. So just try to be a good person. But as I've seen, politics, man, it is not a good thing. It is a thing where they like you today, they love you today, they loathe you tomorrow.
That's right. We're going to be going to him live on the floor just moments from now. In the meantime, Mary Bruce, we covered President Bill Clinton, his 2 terms in office, obviously, and of course, what he has done since he left the presidency. But just like what he was famous for back in the day when he delivered speeches. We have new reporting tonight that he's been tweaking, if not ripping up parts of his speech when he saw the other performances here this week.
In classic Clinton fashion, he has now ripped up that speech. He's gone back to the drawing board. We understand that after he saw the energy and enthusiasm here after the first night of the convention, he realized he needed to make a change. So we're told he's now going to strike a more joyful tone. This is going to be hopeful and aspirational. He's going to, of course, praise Kamala Harris's strength and character. He's going to draw that sharp contrast between her and Donald Trump. And of course, this all comes as the Harris campaign is trying to up that appeal to those key working class voters, something Bill Clinton knows a little bit about. And it is worth remembering that the Clintons were really the first big Democratic Party heavyweights to come out and back Kamala Harris after she announced she was getting in the race. David, less than 20 minutes later, the Clintons came out and said they were all in.
Yeah, you think about the Democratic heavyweights who have spoken here at the convention. The Obamas here last night, the former president, the former first lady, Hillary Clinton the night before. And so Bill Clinton must still have a little bit of that competitive edge.
Oh, yeah.
In tweaking this script before he speaks here at the convention moments from now. John Carl, you were just down on the floor and you had a striking observation about the number of Republicans who have been invited to speak here at this convention and sort of the resounding sort of applause for them and the message that they've delivered here.
Every single.
So that's interesting. A lot of Republicans now are turning either Democratic or just voting for the country. Where the Republican convention, you didn't see that many Democrats coming on. So they are doing a different kind of spin on things.
Single night has featured Republican speakers. And while I was down there, I saw Olivia Troy, who was a West Wing official working for Vice President Pence, and also Jeff Duncan, very conservative. He was the lieutenant governor of Georgia elected, and both of them were speaking because they have endorsed Kamala Harris because they say they are horrified by what they saw play out during the Donald Trump administration, especially after the election and on January 6th. And when I saw Jeff Duncan up there speaking and saying, I'm voting for Kamala Harris, not because I'm a Republican, but because I'm an American. The applause was thunderous on this floor for a Republican, and chants started breaking out of USA, USA, USA for the former Republican lieutenant governor of Georgia.
Yeah, an extraordinary moment in a Democratic convention. Yeah, and talking to the millions who were watching, too, he said, if you vote for Kamala Harris out there, you're not a Democrat, you're a patriot.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, absolutely.
that was great.
And, you know, look, this is something, you know, I've seen conventions in the past that feature maybe one speaker from in the other party who has crossed over, but this is a recurring theme each and every night, looking to try to attract those Republicans who may not agree with Kamala Harris on the issues, but are disaffected, dissatisfied with what they witnessed with Donald Trump.
So that's interesting. If they're doing this every night, they're showing that, hey, Republicans, look, we might not be all on the same page, but this is your choice as far as President Trump is concerned. And if you don't like what he did, well, come on over to our side. We accept all Republicans.
Martha Raddatz, one of the sort of themes of this convention has been sort of a passing of the torch to the next generation. We know in the audience today, and she'll be up on stage, former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. Many have said that she's been one of the main architects of getting Kamala Harris front and center and Joe Biden to step aside to bow out of the race. And Hakeem Jeffries will be the lead speaker in this primetime hour, who was also certainly supported by Nancy Pelosi when she decided it was time to pass the torch.
And they were really deciding voices, especially Nancy Pelosi. You look back, this lifelong friendship with Joe Biden, respect for Joe Biden, backing up Joe Biden. But after that debate,
And they asked Joe, have you talked to Nancy since then, since you guys are lifelong friends? And Joe said, no, I haven't talked to her. But of course, that's your lifelong friend. Wow, with friends like these.
after that disastrous debate, Nancy Pelosi decided that Joe Biden had to go. And when that message was delivered to Joe Biden, they have not spoken since. The president has said they have not spoken since. But she was really so key. Chuck Schumer, many others were also key. But that woman who has more power than any woman you can imagine in the country and such a history behind her is the person who ultimately really helped Joe Biden make up his mind and step aside. She basically said, you cannot win. And she has been a huge supporter immediately of Kamala Harris.
But also, you're talking about passing the torch. I think Nancy Pelosi is about 84 too. And she's one that people feel she's not going to ever give up that power because she's got AOC supposedly wanting that power. But when you're older and you have that energy to work and do what you like and you're passionate, why should you ever be pushed down?
Harris, we saw her down there the other night with her sign in the California delegation, backing Kamala Harris, but thanking Joe Biden.
And we also saw her, yes, exactly right, with that sign that said, "Thank you, Joe." An extraordinary story playing out behind the scenes between Nancy Pelosi and Joe Biden. I gather they'll speak again. We just don't know when. Hakeem Jeffries, the minority leader, at the podium. Let's listen.
Here we go.
It's a high honor and a distinct privilege as a
So he is probably going to be the next Speaker of the House if Kamala Harris wins. So let's listen, because as we've seen people, when they're talking, they're auditioning. Obama, when he first talked in 2004, was auditioning. AOC, a couple nights ago, auditioning to move up. Cory Booker, at one point, he did run for president, was auditioning. Hakeem Jeffries, he's going to say stuff here that people will say, wow, he would make a great total Speaker of the House. You're watching Keeping It Honest. Yours truly, Anthony Parker Alexander.
Brooklynite, New Yorker, and as an American, to stand before you today and unequivocally express my support for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz to be the next president and vice president of the United States of America. Over the last few years, House Democrats have been hard at work, and we could not have asked for a better leader to partner with than President Joseph Robinette Biden, who will go down as one of the most consequential presidents of all time. Last month, President Biden selflessly passed the torch.
I want to still know, was it selfishly or was it, okay, look, we got to keep pushing Joe to give up, to put it down. So when you're pressured, because was Joe pressured? Because there's a difference between being pressured to give up something and being selfish. I guess if you'd ask the people, the American people, some people say it wasn't all a selfish thing. It was a pressured thing.
To Vice President Kamala Harris, who is ready, willing, and able to fight for the people. Kamala Harris is a courageous leader, a compassionate leader, and a common sense leader who will deliver real results for everyday Americans. Kamala Harris is fighting for our freedom. Kamala Harris is fighting for our families. Kamala Harris is fighting for our future. Together, let's make Kamala Harris the 47th President of the United States of America.
You can tell there's energy, but you don't hear that charisma as you would from a Obama. He's a little bit too fast. And this is probably the first time that a lot of people are knowing who he is. But he's a very powerful politician. And he probably wants to, move up a little bit more. So if Kamala Harris is the future, if she wins, he wants to be a part of that growing future.
In our great country, when you work hard and play by the rules, you deserve to earn a living wage. You deserve to have an affordable place to call home. You deserve to educate your children in a great public school that is free from gun violence. And you deserve high quality, affordable health care, and you deserve the chance to one day retire with grace and with dignity. But for far too many people in our great country, they are struggling to live paycheck to paycheck. And as a result, the American dream is out of reach. Here's the thing. Extreme MAGA Republicans don't care about everyday Americans. They only care about themselves. Our approach, led by Kamala Harris and Coach Walz, is very different. We
Coach
care about you, the American people. And we will fight hard to make sure that the American dream is alive and well in every single community. Now, the road ahead will not be easy, which brings me to you know who.
Who's that?
Donald Trump
Here we go.
is like an old boyfriend who you broke up with, but he just won't go away. He has spent the last 4 years spinning the block, trying to get back into a relationship with the American people. Bro, we broke up with you for a reason. Trump was the mastermind of the GOP tax scam, where 83% of the benefits went to the wealthiest 1% in America. Trump failed our country during the COVID-19 pandemic. Trump is a chaos agent who is focused on himself, not the American people. Trump tried to destroy our democracy by lying about the election and inciting a violent mob to attack the Capitol. Trump put 3 extreme justices on the Supreme Court who destroyed Roe v. Wade. We broke up with you for a reason. Donald Trump can spin the block all he wants, but there's no reason for us to ever get back together. Been there, done that. We're not going back.
There's no reason for us to ever get back together. That was cute. An old boyfriend, Donald Trump.
Kamala Harris and House Democrats will always put people over politics. Kamala Harris and House Democrats will lower costs and grow the middle class. Kamala Harris and House Democrats will fix our broken immigration system and secure the border. Kamala Harris and House Democrats will strengthen the relationship between the police and the community. Kamala Harris and House Democrats will continue to combat the climate crisis with the fierce urgency of now. Kamala Harris and House Democrats will protect Social Security, protect Medicare, protect Medicaid, protect the Affordable Care Act, protect working families, protect small businesses, protect the middle class, protect free enterprise, protect our children, protect our seniors, protect our veterans, protect our unions, protect our dreamers, and always protect a woman's freedom to make her own reproductive health care decisions.
I was wrong. He has a style. And he kept it going.
MAGA Republicans want to divide us. But the Constitution promises equal protection under the law. We are one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Together, let's build a brighter future for our children and our grandchildren. In the Old Testament, book of Psalms,
here we go.
The scripture tells us that weeping may endure.
Weeping may endure.
During the long night.
Amen.
But joy will come in the morning.
Woo. Now this
Here's how we do it.
Obama said that.
Strategize on Sunday. Meet the moment on Monday. Take it to him on Tuesday. Work it out on Wednesday. Thank the Lord on Thursday. Fight the power on Friday. Set it off on Saturday. Get a few hours of sleep. Wake up the next day and do it all over again until joy comes in the morning.
Here we go. Right up front there.
Now there's only 76 days left There are only 76 days left. We must continue to speak up. We must continue to show up. We must continue to stand up, not as Democrats or Republicans, but as Americans. And when we do, nothing can stop Kamala Harris from becoming the 47th president of the United States of America. Nothing can stop House Democrats from taking back the majority. Nothing can stop the American people from continuing our march toward a more perfect union. Nothing can stop us. We're all the way up. God bless you. God bless Kamala Harris. May God bless the United States of America.
All right. Woo. Boy, you have to give this guy credit. Where I thought, okay, I'm not feeling anything because it was like he was just running without sweating because he started doing it all fast. And then he slowed up like runners do and started just coasting. And how he talked was great. Wow. We have coming up, he's like a good lead-in. We have coming up the one, the only, President Clinton. He's going to be speaking next. You have any questions or comments? 216-702-3718, 216-702-3718. That's where you can leave me a voicemail or text me. Email address is parkerman2011@gmail.com, parkerman2011@gmail.com. So what do you think? How's it been going? Hakeem Jeffries. Well, you know what? Sometimes we judge people. We all do that. We judge people before we get to know them. We saw him. He just seemed like a guy that wasn't really full of emotion. But then he started using the Bible, started using the vibe thing like he was in a zone. And then we followed him and joined him. Wow. Hope you're enjoying this. We have coming up real soon the one, the only, President Bill Clinton, who we really haven't seen in a while. We don't know what he's been doing. I guess we're going to find out. But he's the original guy that really, some people say he was the first black president, first African-American president. But he's a cool guy. He did some bad things. So can he still be cool? I don't know. Hillary Clinton spoke Monday. Barack Obama spoke Tuesday. Now the original OG is Bill Clinton, who's about to speak right now. Let's listen in.
The stage, former President Bill Clinton, now 78 years old. He turned 78 this Monday. He heard his wife speak earlier this week, former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, who talked about the glass ceiling and who she saw on the other side of that ceiling. She said Kamala Harris, raising her hand and taking the oath of office. Tonight, her husband, the former president, will make the case for Kamala Harris and Governor Walz.
78-year-old Bill Clinton. Boy, does he look good. Can't wait to hear what he has to say. We're keeping it honest. Yours truly, Anthony Parker Alexander.
He's expected to speak about the economy, among other issues. And as Mary Bruce reported here off the top, he's been working on this speech just as he did back in the day, right up until the last minute. Let's listen.
Thank you. Thank you. Whoa. Let me ask you something. After the last 2 days, aren't you proud to be a Democrat? And I am very grateful to the Republicans and independents that have joined us, have been up here on the stage. And I hope they feel better about it now. Because I've seen all these things that
even I have to be reminded of from time to time when I get my spirits down.
Mm.
I love seeing the Obamas here. I love seeing President Biden. And I thought Hillary gave a great speech too. And I love seeing all these young leaders. A bunch of them are coming up after me. They look better, they sound better, and they'll be exciting. I do want to say one word about President Biden. Remember, he had an improbable turn that made him president. And we were in the middle of a pandemic and an economic crash. He healed our sick and put the rest of us back to work.
Mm.
And he strengthened our alliances for peace and security. He stood up for Ukraine. He's trying desperately to get a ceasefire in the Middle East. And then he did something that's really hard for a politician to do. He voluntarily gave up political power. And
it wasn't really voluntary.
George Washington knew that, and he did it. And he set the standard for us serving 2 terms before it was mandatory. It helped his legacy, and it will enhance Joe Biden's legacy. And it's a stark contrast to what goes on in the other party. So I want to thank him for his courage, compassion, his class, his service, his sacrifice.
Mm.
Joe Biden, thank you. And he kept the faith, and he's infected a lot of the rest of us. Now let's cut to the chase.
Okay.
I am too old to gild the lily. 2 days ago, I turned 78, the oldest man in my family.
Happy birthday, Bill. You look good.
And the only personal vanity I want to assert is I'm still younger than Donald Trump.
You can run for president, Bill. Really?
Last night, in what I thought was a very moving series of episodes, we nominated Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. And just think about that. 2 leaders with all-American but still improbable life stories. It could only happen here. Their careers, after all, started in community courtrooms and classrooms. 2 leaders who spent a lifetime getting the good job done. Now, one of the things that I've noticed over my increasingly long life is that a presidential election is unique in several ways. First of all, it's the greatest job interview for the greatest job in the world.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
Secondly, the Constitution says we, the people, get to do the hiring. And the third thing is that every 4 years, we get to change the requirements for the job.
Mm-hmm.
So here's what I'm thinking, because I try to apply this in every election. Will this president take us backward or forward?
Which question?
Will this president give our kids a brighter future? Depends. Will this president bring us together or tear us apart? Will the president increase the peace, security, and stability and freedom that we enjoy and extend it to others as we can? We, the people, we have to make a decision about these kind of questions. And every 4 years, it's a little different because the people come at the candidates, and they say, as they're saying now, here are our problems, solve them. Here are our opportunities, seize them.
Mm-hmm.
Here are our fears, ease them.
Ease them.
Here are our dreams, help them come true.
It's pretty nice section of his speech.
A president can answer that call by saying, I'll do my part, but you have to help me. We have to work together. Or you can dodge what needs to be done by dividing, distracting, and diverting us. So in 2024, we got a pretty clear choice, it seems to me. Kamala Harris for the people, and the other guy who's proved even more than the first go around that he's about me, myself, and I.
Mm-hmm.
I know which one I like better for our country. Kamala Harris will work to solve our problems, seize our opportunities, ease our fears, and make sure every single American, however they vote, has a chance to chase their dreams.
And achieve them.
When she was young, she worked at McDonald's. And she greeted every person with that 1,000-watt smile and said, how can I help you? Now she's at the pinnacle of power and she's still asking, how can I help you?
Mm-hmm.
I'll be so happy when she actually enters the White House as president, because she will break my record as the president who spent the most time at McDonald's.
All right. Okay. He was known to always eat at McDonald's. His family used to work at McDonald's.
But we got an election to win.
Got work to do.
And remember, we've got a guy that's pretty good at what he does. Donald Trump has been a paragon of consistency.
Mm.
He's still dividing, he's still blaming, he's still belittling other people. He creates chaos and then he sort of curates it as if it were precious art. Let me say, not a single day goes by, even though I've been gone for well over 23 years from the White House, not a day goes by that I don't thank the Lord for the chance I had to serve and what it meant.
That's good. A lot of people still miss you.
One of the reasons, thank you.
So technically, you could run now.
Wait. One of the reasons I love the job so much is that in the toughest times, Even on the darkest days, if you tried hard enough, there was always something good you could do for somebody else. Now, some days that's not easy to do. You've got to deal with all these emergencies, or there's something going on here, there, or yonder. But Kamala Harris is the only candidate in this race who has the vision, the experience, the temperament, the will, and yes, the sheer joy to get something done. I mean, look, what does her opponent do with his voice? He mostly talks about himself, right? So the next time you hear him, don't count the lies. Count the eyes. Count the eyes. His vendettas, his vengeance, his complaints, his conspiracies. He's like one of those tenors opening up before he walks out on stage, like I did, trying to get his lungs open by singing me, 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 me. When Kamala Harris is president, every day will begin with you, 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 you. So, we got to ask ourselves the questions if we're going to hire a president. Do you want to build a strong economy from the bottom up and the middle out? Or do you want to spend the next 4 years talking about crowd size?
Ouch.
You're going to have a hard time believing this, but so help me, I triple checked it. Since the end of the Cold War in 1989, America has created about 51 million new jobs. I swear I checked this 3 times. Even I couldn't believe it. What's the score? Democrats 50, Republicans 1.
Ouch.
I'm glad that we've got a championship winning coach on our team. But even the most limited of us in what we know about football or any other sport knows that if you're got 50 and the other side's got 1, you're ahead. What about affordable housing? It's a terrible problem in America now. We need more. And affordable health care. That's why the Democrats put a limit on monthly payments for insulin and a $2,000 a year out-of-pocket limit. And are trying to cover more drugs by bargaining for prices. We need more financing for small businesses. We need still to strengthen our alliances. I almost croaked in the first debate of this election season when President Trump said nobody respected America anymore like they did when he was president. Wait. And with a straight face. Look, you got to give him. He's a good actor. With a straight face, he cited as evidence of the respect that existed for us when he was there, the presidents of North Korea and Russia. I'd rather have the people who respect us now. And one of the things is when you send a signal to the other countries, you want them to know whether they agree with you or not, at least that you're on the level. Here's where you are and what you believe. What are they supposed to make to these endless tributes to the late, great Hannibal Lecter?
Look that up too. Trump talked about Hannibal.
I mean, President Obama once gave me the great honor of saying I was the explainer in chief. Folks, I've thought and thought about it, and I don't know what to say. Like Hakeem Jeffries, I too want an America that's more joyful, more inclusive, more future focused. Just think what a burden it's been on us to get up day after day after day after day, buried in meaningless hot rhetoric, when there's so many opportunities out there, so many problems that need to be solved. I want that. And that's the America Kamala Harris will lead. And she's already made her first presidential decision, and she knocked it out of the park when she asked Governor Tim Walz to be her nominee for vice president.
Okay. They really love Tim.
As they used to say when I was a young man growing up in Arkansas, you do not have to be all broke out with brilliance. You just look at Tim Walz, listen to him, follow his record as a teacher, as a coach in the National Guard, as a congressman, where he was the only Democrat, save one, elected in that district in more than 100 years. And he stayed a long time. And then he became a great governor. And by all accounts, he was a crack shot who had the courage among his rural constituents to say, we do not need these assault weapons available to people who can kill our kids in school.
They have to do research when you're talking.
So armed with her first decision, Kamala Harris confronts an interesting dilemma. We're going to walk out of here feeling pretty good, I think. We've got energy, we are happy, we feel like a load's off our shoulders. And we know we're just being asked to fight the same fight that the forces of progress have had to fight for 250 years. In the face of stiff and often violent opposition, we have to find a way to go forward together, where we the people make our union more perfect. So that's a good thing. How could we possibly lose? Kamala Harris has fought for kids their whole life that were left out and left behind. She's taken on gangs trafficking across the border. She's fought to protect the rights of homeowners. She's been our leader in the fight for reproductive freedoms, and we know a majority of the American people are with us on that.
Yeah, that's what it's true. You should have a good women's
And
turnout.
she's gained an invaluable amount of experience as vice president, advancing our values and interests around the world. She's already said she's going to work really hard to make sure that no American working full-time lives in poverty or has to worry about their children living in poverty.
That would be great for any presidential candidate.
He says that we got to make home ownership an achievable dream for everyone, not just a privilege.
Mhm.
She said that and this meant a lot to me, that she would protect everybody's right to vote, whether or not they voted for her. They were citizens and they deserve the right to vote.
And that's what you should do. Protect that vote. Respect that vote.
The other day, her opponent implied that as his people voted one more time, they'd be able to rig it from now on and they wouldn't have to vote again.
Yeah.
You think they're
Catholics.
kidding, but I know a lot of these folks. Most of them are really good people, but some of them think that they are bound to dominate America politically, economically, and socially, and they have to use politics to do it, and they should rig the system. I don't believe that.
Me neither.
And so here's what I want to tell you. We've seen more than one election slip away from us when we thought it couldn't happen.
You can say Al
When
Gore.
people got distracted by
Good
phony
point.
issues or overconfident. This is a brutal, tough business. I want you to be happy. One of the reasons that President-to-be Harris is doing so well is that we're all so happy.
Be happy, but think smart.
But you should never underestimate your adversary.
No.
And these people are really good at distracting us, at triggering doubt, at triggering buyer's remorse. As the Obama said so eloquently last night, they are human, you know. They're bound to make a mistake now and then. We got to be tough. And so, as somebody who spends a lot of time in small towns and rural areas in New York and Arkansas and other places, I urge you to talk to all your neighbors. I urge you to meet people where they are. I urge you not to demean them, but not to pretend you don't disagree with them if you do. Treat them with respect, just the way you'd like them to treat you.
Amen.
Ask for their help and then follow our leader, Kamala, and ask them, how can I help you? We Democrats right now have a lot of hay in the barn. We've got massive achievements, massive advances, but there's still a lot of slips between today and election day that we have to navigate. And so I want to say this from the bottom of my heart. I have no idea how many more of these I'll be able to come to. I started in '76, and I've been to every one since.
Wow.
But no,
He's keeping it real.
72.
He's keeping it real.
Lord, I'm getting old. But here's what I want you to know. If you vote for this team, if you can get them elected and let them bring in this breath of fresh air, you will be proud of it for the rest of your life. Your children will be proud of it. Your grandchildren will be proud of it.
The legacy. This is the legacy election. Which way do you go?
Take it from a man who once had the honor to be called in this convention, a man from Hope.
The
We
original.
need Kamala Harris, the president of joy, to lead us.
President Joy from President Hope.
I'll be doing my part, you do yours. I'll see you when we're making a real joyful noise when the votes are counted. God bless you, and God bless America.
So what do you think, guys? Ladies, gentlemen?
Bill Clinton on the stage. There is his wife, Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, smiling along with Chelsea, nodding throughout the speech.
So the picture that you saw, the small picture, was his daughter, Chelsea. Look at Bill. Is he another person that you could say, wow, he just turned 78? Donald Trump is 78. Joe Biden's 82. Could he run again? Wow. There's Chelsea. Chelsea's a little bit older. She looks like her mom, though. I hadn't seen her in years. Man, was it good to see Bill Clinton, President Bill Clinton, the original person that dealt with hope and change. What did you think about that? You're watching Keeping It Honest. Yours truly, Anthony Parker Alexander. Day 2 of the Democratic Convention. What did you think of that? Man, it's been amazing, hasn't it? You have any comments or questions? You can email yours truly, parkerman2011 at gmail.com, parkerman2011 at gmail.com. We still have, this should be interesting, Nancy Pelosi coming up, I think, sometime. They changed the agenda, how they do this. Hakeem Jeffries, we heard from him. And let's see, Pete Buttigieg. Don't know if they're doing him or we've missed it. Josh Shapiro. Let's see who we have coming up now. As we're keeping it honest with yours truly, here's Nancy Pelosi. Let's hear what she has to say. I can't wait.
Hello, California. Hello, Maryland. Hello, Democrats. On January 20th, 2021, with the inauguration of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, we established one of the most successful presidencies of modern times. And we quickly proved that Democrats deliver.
Sure.
Millions of jobs, stronger infrastructure and rural broadband, a Biden child tax credit, rescuing human pensions, honoring our veterans, bold climate action, lowering the cost of prescription drugs,
all thanks to President Biden's patriotic vision of a fairer America, doing so with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you, Joe.
And I know that Vice President Harris is ready to take us to new heights. I've known Kamala Harris for decades. Personally, I know her a person of deep faith, which is reflected in her community care and service. Officially, she is a leader of strength and wisdom and eloquence on policy, most recently demonstrated fighting for women's right to choose. Politically, she is astute and strategic in winning difficult elections, quickly securing the nomination with dignity and grace, and choosing Tim Walz as our vice president. I had the honor of serving with Tim for 12 years in the Congress. He united Democrats, Republicans, and independents to turn a red district blue. He showed courage when he came to Congress in voting for the Affordable Care Act, meeting the needs of his constituents despite Republicans' lies and misrepresentation. When he went home, won the election, he returned to Congress. He fought for our Americans' heroes as the Democratic leader of the Veterans Affairs Committee. Thank you, Tim. January 6th was a perilous moment for our democracy.
I can't wait till she talks about this because people were coming for literally her head.
Never before had a president of the United States so brazenly assaulted the bedrock of our democracy, so gleefully embraced political violence, so willfully betrayed his oath of office. Let us not forget who assaulted democracy on January 6th. He did.
Not a fan of Donald Trump.
But let us not forget who saved democracy that day. We did.
Because we kept it going. I like that saying. One was trying to prevent it, and the American people decided that's not going to happen.
And thank God we had a Democratic House of Representatives then. We returned to the Capitol that very same night. We insisted on certifying the election results on the floors of the House and the Senate. And we demonstrated to America and to the world that American democracy prevailed.
That had to be cool, too. If you were one of those politicians that early in the day, people were trying to attack you to stop certifying these. And then afterwards, you guys came back in and you said, you know what? This is what democracy is about. We're going to finish the job. And they did.
The parable of January 6th reminds us that our democracy is only as strong as the courage and commitment of those entrusted with its care. And we must choose leaders who believe in free and fair elections, who respect the peaceful transfer of power. The choice couldn't be clearer. Those leaders are Vice President Harris and Governor Walz. When the sun rose on January 7th, as our national anthem declares, we gave proof through the night that our flag was still there.
I like that.
Now, in this election, we are called upon to do the same, to stand together, to reject autocracy, to choose democracy, and we will do so by electing a Democratic House with Hakeem Jeffries as Speaker of the House.
That's what you're looking at.
Electing a Democratic Senate, electing Tim Walz as Vice President of the United States, and electing Kamala Harris as the President of the United States. Onward to victory.
The former Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi,
Former Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, and she's still around so much that you think she's Speaker of the House. But the way that this convention has been going, if you really look at it, because we're only right now dealing with the Democrats, what if there's a lady as President of the United States? What would that look like? Man, what would that look like? So these are some people that are close to Kamala Harris and Doug.
Harris's
Kamala Harris
best friend.
is
She
our
introduced
auntie.
them and simply said,
She'll
don't
be a
Google him
president
before you meet.
Who cares for all of us?
She'll lift us up. In 2016, we celebrated Auntie's Senate win. We saw Trump winning. I was only 9, but I knew enough to be concerned. Auntie said, do you know what superheroes do? They fight back. And we will too.
She will make time for what matters. You know, no one is busier than my auntie, but she always makes time for family. From moments as simple as cooking and sharing a meal to exchanging stories and jokes. Auntie taught me about being present in what's important, and I know that's how she'll lead.
She'll treat everyone with respect. Even as a kid, Auntie made me feel that I was seen, that my words are important, that I am important and loved. I know she'll value others' perspectives, no matter their age or their background.
Auntie, we love you.
We're so proud of you.
And most importantly, you're a baller. As you'd say, let's win this thing.
Let's win this thing.
There you have it. On the left, Alexander Hudlin. That is Kamala Harris's godson. And to the middle and the right, Jasper and Artem Emhoff, her niece and nephew, Doug Emhoff, obviously the second gentleman. We're going to go to a break.
Please
Oh,
Oprah
welcome
Winfrey and
nominee for
the...
U.S. Congress in California.
I'm just...
All right. So that's interesting. Some of the kids that are related in some form or fashion to Kamala, they're known as Auntie. Okay. So you're watching Democratic Convention, day 3. One more day left. How are you feeling? What are your thoughts? What's your favorite part so far? You had Nancy Pelosi speaking, and she's a person that will never, she never intends to leave, but she's still there. She could have ran for president, but she didn't. She's been out here, but she has power, and she's one that looks like she has never given up that power. So we're going to go to another station and see what they're talking about. You're watching Keeping It Honest. Yours truly, Anthony Parker Alexander. And this, what we're about to give you right now, is the president's, or Kamala's, brother-in-law. Make sure I got that right. And make sure I'm getting the right video. His name is Tony West. And of course, he's going to talk about Kamala. How do you feel? Do you feel better now? Is this some stuff you don't know about her? Have you been surprised by some things? Well, let's continue that surprise, because right now you're about to hear and watch Tony West.
"35 years ago, in my first week at law school, I met a new classmate, Maya Harris. We became best friends, but the way Kamala tells the story, we'd already fallen in love by graduation day. And when Maya and I married, I not only gained a life partner I love, a daughter I adore, and a mother-in-law I revered, someone I affectionately called Mother Harris, I also gained a sister I cherish, Kamala. Now, Maya, Kamala, and I each pursued different legal careers, but we were motivated by the same values: a belief in equal opportunity, a yearning for fairness, a passion for justice. Values Mother Harris taught those two little girls, values that powered Kamala's public service from the very beginning. You know, one of Kamala's very first cases in the district attorney's office, it involved a woman, an innocent woman, wrongfully arrested in a police raid. It was a Friday afternoon, and the courthouse was shutting down for the weekend. And look, most prosecutors, they would have gone home and dealt with the matter the following Monday. But not Kamala. You see, my sister-in-law knew that if the judge didn't see this woman that afternoon, she'd spend the entire weekend in jail. And Kamala, she wondered, does this woman work weekends? Would she lose her job? Does she have young kids at home? Who'd feed those kids? So Kamala pleaded for the judge to return, and that woman was released back to her family that night. Now, it may seem small, but that's what it means to stand up for justice. That's what it means to stand for the people. And as Kamala says, when you know what you stand for, you know what to fight for.
There you go. Woo-hoo.
And look, believe me when I tell you, as a sister, a daughter, an auntie, and a mother, I've seen Kamala fight for her family. As district attorney, attorney general, U.S. Senator, and Vice President of the United States, I have watched her fight in the halls of power for those who have no voice there. And as president, I know she'll fight for you. She'll fight for all of us. Because, friends, when Kamala fights, we win. Thank you. God bless you.
When Kamala fights, we win. He was the brother-in-law. Wow. When Kamala fights, we win. So here we go.
California was the foreclosure crisis.
For too many Californians, hopes for lasting homeownership have been dashed. Victims have fallen prey to a series of mortgage scams, fraud, and unfair business practices.
In order to get meaningful relief, we had to sue the banks and see through a lengthy litigation process.
When Kamala was sitting at the table negotiating, it wasn't just about the money, it was about real people. I vividly remember her thinking about Mommy, who could finally afford to buy her first home, and how proud Mommy was. So Kamala knew what was at stake for families and even whole communities.
We are very proud to announce a tremendous victory for California.
She truly believes that every single person, every American is worthy of the promise and the prosperity of this country. And every time Kamala has run for a bigger office, it's because she believes that she can have a bigger impact.
There you go.
We are making a commitment tonight with this celebration of this Senate race to bring our country together.
In the Senate, to get a position on the Intelligence Committee is very coveted because it is about protecting our nation's security. And Kamala hit the ground running. She would not let a witness off easily.
Did you have any communications with Russian officials for any reason during the campaign that have not been disclosed?
I don't recall it. I need to be correct as best I can.
I do want you to be honest.
I'm not able to be rushed this fast. It makes me nervous.
Her questioning of Attorney General Sessions was historic, and she earned the respect of colleagues on both sides of the aisle.
Kamala, as a senator, was a truth teller. She was there to expose what some of these guys were and what they intended to do.
Can you think of any laws that give government the power to make decisions about the male body?
Yeah.
I'm not thinking of any right now, Senator.
They didn't know what hit them. And in those moments, so many people saw her for the first time and saw how tough she was.
Would you accept them recommending a charging decision to you if they had not reviewed the evidence?
Well, that's a question for Bob Mueller. He's the U.S. attorney.
I think you've made it clear, sir, that you've not looked at the evidence, and we can move on.
She was tough back then. That did make her, when they saw her at these Senate hearings. Is she going to be a tough and fair president is the question.
When she's on a mission, she is determined and relentless.
When our fundamental values are being attacked, do we retreat or do we fight? I say we fight.
If you want to go forward in this country, not go backward, then there is only one choice.
Kamala Harris, that's her. You got a little bit about her history from telling the story. And like I said, we're going back and forth to different news outlets to keep you abreast of what is being said on some of these outlets. We're just keeping it honest. Yours truly, Anthony Parker Alexander. Let me know what you think of the show so far. You can text me, 216-702-3718, 216-702-3718. And my little mouse now is going slow. And let's see what's happening here. Oh, God. This is streaming. That's what happens. Let's see. So we're going to go to this story. And this person, you know him. You love him. Some people know him. Some people don't know him. Well, you're going to learn a little bit about the guy. Okay? Because I thought he was interesting. Because I thought that he should have been picked to be her running mate. That didn't happen. But stay tuned for this guy. Because in a couple years, maybe the next 4 years, he's going to run for president. He was being considered to be VP candidate, but they're saying that he really didn't want the job. So We're going to let you know who wants it. He's Jewish. Some people said that when they were announced he was one of the running mates or the candidates to become maybe vice president, that they decided not to pick him. So this guy, Josh Shapiro, he reminds me a little bit of Obama. Very charismatic. He's one of the speakers now. Like I told you, these Democratic conventions, there's spotlights on people for the future. So we know a little bit about Josh Shapiro, but you're going to know maybe a lot more. And I'm going to say this great speech that's coming up with Josh Shapiro, governor, on keeping it honest.
Point there and trying to remind Democrats how close this will be come November.
Raise your thing, and let me just tell you, one of the most important states in that battleground is Pennsylvania. You have an electrifying, dynamic governor, and he is the future of our party.
Here we go.
Josh Shapiro, of course, on the short list for potential running mates. Key battleground of Pennsylvania.
Thank you.
Here is governor tonight.
2.5 centuries ago in Philadelphia, a band of patriots declared their independence from a king and set ourselves on a path of self-determination. Generation after generation has embraced that responsibility. Ordinary Americans rising up, demanding more, seeking justice. And in every chapter of our American story, we've made progress and advanced the cause of freedom. Today we find ourselves writing that next chapter. Will we be a nation defined by chaos and extremism? Or will we choose a path of decency, honor, and continued progress? Kamala Harris, well, she has spent her entire career making progress. Donald Trump, a man with no guardrails, wants to take away our rights and our freedoms. And listen, while he cloaks himself in the blanket of freedom, what he's offering isn't freedom at all. Because hear me on this, it's not freedom to tell our children what books they're allowed to read. No, it's not.
It's not freedom. Say it again.
And it's not freedom to tell women what they can do with their bodies. And hear me on this, it sure as hell isn't freedom to say you can go vote, but he gets to pick the winner. That's not freedom. But you know what? You know what, Democrats? We are the party of real freedom. That's right. The kind of real freedom that comes when that child has a great public school with an awesome teacher because we believe in her future. Real freedom that comes when we invest in the police and in the community so that child can walk to and from school and get home safely to her mama.
Mm-hmm.
Real freedom that comes when she can join a union, marry who she loves, start a family on her own terms, breathe clean air, drink pure water, worship how she wants, and live a life of purpose where she is respected for who she is.
Close your eyes, listen to him. He sounds like Obama, has that same rhythm in his voice and that passion, and knows how to use his gestures right. And look at this lady right there. She looks like she's about to cry.
Real freedom that comes when she can look at Madam President and know that this is a nation where anything and everything is possible. That is real freedom.
And that is what we are fighting for. You know, Kamala and Tim's names may be on the ballot, but it's your rights. It's our rights. It's our future and freedoms that are on the line. And you have the power to shape the future of this country. Just like our ancestors who fought for freedom on the battlefield and sat in at lunch counters so our kids could stand up. Now it's on us. It's on us, my friends, to organize in our communities and on our For You pages around three basic American principles. We value our freedom, we cherish our democracy, and we love this country. And listen, we love this country. And listen, despite our challenges, hear me on this, I want you to know I have never been more hopeful because I see in all of you the enduring promise of America. E pluribus unum, out of many one. It's not merely a motto from the past, it's our direction for the future. You see, you all give me hope, and you all have the power. So let's use that power. Let's do the hard work necessary to win this election and write the next chapter in our American story. So are you ready to protect our rights? Are you ready to secure our freedoms? And are you ready to defend our democracy? And are you ready to elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz? America, let's get to work.
The very popular governor of Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro, is a
So there you go. The next Barack Obama. Look at him now. He uses hands. He uses his tone. He uses inflection. This guy is going to be a power person. He's governor already. He interviewed, like they say, with Kamala Harris. So this lady right here is a young poet. And let's sit back and listen to what she says.
She certainly stole the show at the inauguration for Joe Biden in 2021. Of course, she delivered her speech, "The Hill We Climb."
We gather at this hallowed place because we believe in the American dream. We face a race that tests if this country we cherish shall perish from the earth, and if our earth shall perish from this country. It falls to us to ensure that we do not fall for a people that cannot stand together, cannot stand at all. We are one family, regardless of religion, class, or color. For what defines a patriot is not just our love of liberty, but our love for one another. This is loud in our country's call because while we all love freedom, it is love that frees us all. Empathy emancipates, making us greater than hate or vanity. That is the American promise, powerful and pure. Divided, we cannot endure, but united, we can endeavor to humanize our democracy and endear democracy to humanity. And make no mistake, Cohering is the hardest task history ever wrote. But tomorrow is not written by our odds of hardship, but by the audacity of our hope, by the vitality of our vote. Only now, approaching this rare air, are we aware that perhaps the American dream is no dream at all, but instead a dare to dream together. Like a million roots tethered, branching up humbly, making one tree. This is our country from many, won from battles won, our freedoms sung, our kingdom come has just begun. We redeem this sacred scene, ready for our journey from it. Together, we must birth this early republic and achieve an unearthly summit. Let us not just believe in the American dream, let us be worthy of it.
Woo.
With a new poem here at the Democratic Convention.
Mic drop. Booyah. This young lady can tell a story. Look at her. You're watching Keeping It Honest. Yours truly, Anthony Parker Alexander.
Continues in a moment.
Oh, man. What do you think?
ABC News live coverage of the
What do you think? Wow. So while we're looking at that, you heard her. Coming up now, are you ready? There's somebody who we didn't know was going to come here. I didn't see her in the thing as far as, okay, she's going to be the next guest on the show, the next speaker on the show. But we have her here. And let me see if I can pull it up. You're going to be entertained by this person. Okay? The one, the only. Not going to tell you yet, because I'm going to give you a backstory. Okay? You saw the young poet. She came on. She talked. Oh, no, we're not doing that yet. You're not supposed to see that yet. Let me get rid of that. Whoa. That's what happens when you're doing a show one man. If you like what you're seeing, all the information we're giving you, you can go to our Patreon page. Type in patreon.com. And then you'll see 3 tiers. And you can contribute to whatever tier you like. All right? So what we want to show you now is this video before we have, you kind of already saw who it was. But I want to show you this video first. And then we're going to go from there because I didn't know this person was even coming. I looked on my list and I guess she was a surprise person. But if you have her coming, is it going to be a done deal? Done deal? You go back to the Republican convention a couple of weeks ago, about a month ago. They did a great job. And you look at this, Democratic convention. They're doing a great job too. So let's show this first.
My name is Jennings.
My name is Dana.
My name is Todd.
And we believe in freedom.
My name is Gina, and I believe in freedom.
My name is Pat, and I believe in the freedom to work together.
Here we go. Let's stay tuned. Coming up. The one, the only.
Please welcome Oprah Winfrey.
Booyah. Well, let me take the music out real quick. So you have the one, the only Oprah Winfrey. Let's hear what she has to say.
Good evening, everybody!
You get a car. You get a car. You get a vote. You get a vote. You get a vote. Y'all get votes.
Who says you can't go home again? After watching the Obamas last night, that was some epic fire, wasn't it? Some epic fire.
President Oprah?
We're now so fired up, we can't wait to leave here and do something. And what we're going to do is elect Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States. I am so honored to have been asked to speak on tonight's theme about what matters most to me, to you, and all of us Americans, freedom.
Just don't play freedom.
There are people who want you to see our country as a nation of us against them, people who want to scare you, who want to rule you, people who'd have you believe that books are dangerous and assault rifles are safe, that there's a right way to worship and a wrong way to love. People who seek first to divide and then to conquer. But here's the thing. When we stand together, it is impossible to conquer us. In the words of an extraordinary American, the late Congressman John Lewis.
Yeah, I know. Great role model.
He said, no matter what ship our ancestors arrived on, we are all in the same boat now. Congressman Lewis knew very well how far this country has come because he was one of the brilliant Americans who helped to get us where we are. But he also knew that the work is not done. The work will never be done because freedom isn't free. America is an ongoing project. It requires commitment. It requires being open to the hard work and the heart work of democracy. And every now and then, it requires standing up to life's bullies. I know this. I've lived in Mississippi, in Tennessee, in Wisconsin, Maryland, Indiana, Florida, Hawaii, Colorado, California, and sweet home Chicago, Illinois.
Yes, Chicago.
I have actually traveled this country from the redwood forest, love those redwoods, to the Gulf Stream waters. I've seen racism and sexism and income inequality and division. I've not only seen it, at times I've been on the receiving end of it. But more often than not, what I've witnessed and experienced are human beings, both conservative and liberal, who may not agree with each other, but who'd still help you in a heartbeat if you were in trouble. These are the people who make me proud to say that I am an American. They are the best of America. And despite what some would have you think, we are not so different from our neighbors. When a house is on fire, we don't ask about the homeowner's race or religion. We don't wonder who their partner is or how they voted. No, we just try to do the best we can to save them. And if the place happens to belong to a childless cat lady?
Yeah, it's not lady. I got you looking at me.
Well, we try to get that cat out too. Because we are a country of people who work hard for the money. We wish our brothers and sisters well, and we pray for peace. We know all the old tricks and tropes that are designed to distract us from what actually matters, but we are beyond ridiculous tweets and lies and foolery. These are complicated times, people, and they require adult conversation. And I welcome those conversations because civilized debate is vital to democracy, and it is the best of America. Now, over the last couple of nights, we have all seen brave people walk onto the stage and share their most private pain. Amanda and Josh, Caitlin, Hadley, they told us their stories of rape and incest and near-death experiences from having the state deny them the abortion that their doctor explained was medically necessary. And they've told us these things for one reason, and that is to keep what happened to them from happening to anybody else. Because if you do not have autonomy over this, if you cannot control when and how you choose to bring your children into this world and how they are raised and supported, there is no American dream.
Yes.
The women and men who are battling to keep us from going back to a time of desperation and shame and stone cold fear, they are the new freedom fighters. And make no mistake, they are the best of America. I want to talk now about somebody who's not with us tonight. Tessie Prevost Williams was born in New Orleans, not long after the Supreme Court ruled that segregated public schools were unconstitutional. That was in 1954, same year I was born. But I didn't have to head to first grade at the all-white McDonough 19 school with a U.S. Marshal by my side like Tessie did. And when I got to school, the building wasn't empty like it was for Tessie. You see, rather than allowing McDonough to be integrated, parents pulled their kids out of the school, leaving only Tessie and two other little Black girls, Gail Etienne and Leona Tate, to sit in a classroom with the windows papered over to block snipers from attacking their 6-year-old bodies. Tessie passed away 6 weeks ago. And I tell this story to honor her tonight because she like Ruby Bridges and her friends, Leona and Gail, the New Orleans Four, they were called. They broke barriers and they paid dearly for it. But it was the grace and guts and courage of women like Tessie Prevost Williams that paved the way for another young girl who 9 years later became part of the second class to integrate the public schools in Berkeley, California. And it seems to me that at school and at home, somebody did a beautiful job of showing this young girl how to challenge the people at the top and empower the people at the bottom. They showed her how to look at the world and see not just what is, but what can be. They instilled in her a passion for justice and freedom and the glorious fighting spirit necessary to pursue that passion. And soon, and very soon, soon and very soon, we're going to be teaching our daughters and sons about how this child of an Indian mother and a Jamaican father, two idealistic, energetic immigrants,
Well put.
immigrants,
Immigrant.
how this child grew up to become the 47th president of the United States.
Endorsed by Oprah Winfrey.
That is the best of America.
Man of the free and the brave.
You know, let me tell you this. This election isn't about us and them. It's about you and me and what we want our futures to look like. There are choices to be made when we cast our ballot. Now, there's a certain candidate that says if we just go to the polls this one time, we'll never have to do it again. Well, you know what? You're looking at a registered independent who's proud to vote again and again and again because I'm an American and that's what Americans do.
Independent. Oprah Winfrey.
Voting is the best of America. And I have always, since I was eligible to vote, I've always voted my values. And that is what is needed in this election now more than ever. So I'm calling on all you independents and all you undecideds. You know this is true. You know I'm telling you the truth, that values and character matter most of all. In leadership and in life. And more than anything, you know this is true, that decency and respect are on the ballot in 2024. And just plain common sense. Common sense tells you that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz can give us decency and respect. They're the ones that give it to us. So, we are Americans. We are Americans. Let us choose loyalty to the Constitution over loyalty to any individual. Because that's the best of America. And let us choose optimism over cynicism, because that's the best of America. And let us choose inclusion over retribution. Let us choose common sense over nonsense.
That's the best of America.
Because that's the best of America. And let us choose the sweet promise of tomorrow over the bitter return to yesterday. We won't go back. We won't be set back, pushed back, bullied back, kicked back. We're not going back.
So what are you saying? Go back.
Not going back.
We won't go back.
We're not going back.
Not going back.
Let us choose. Let us choose truth. Let us choose honor. And let us choose joy. Because that's the best of America. But more than anything else, let us choose freedom. Why? Because that's the best of America.
Yeah.
We're all Americans, and together, let's all choose Kamala Harris. Thank Thank you, Chicago. Thank you.
Oprah Winfrey. You get a vote. You get a vote. You get a vote. Surprise guest. Didn't see her any other announcements here for coming up. Wow, man. A fight for our freedom. Let's listen in.
Gator West High School loved Tim Walz.
Yeah, I mean, Tim was jovial.
When he would start teaching, it was like full contact teaching. You could not help but be interested in what he was talking about.
He seemed to care about everybody in his class.
He knew everyone's name.
He wanted to know what interested you, how to engage you, what you were excited about, what you're feeling bad about.
Mr. Walz was my geography and social studies teacher.
Mr. Walz was my football coach.
My middle school basketball coach, when we were doing the high school play The Nerd, he was the person building the sets.
I don't think that there has ever been a moment where I've seen Tim exhausted from giving or engaging. He always seems like that person that's got the never-ending gas tank who can keep going.
When I decided to come out as gay, we started the Gay Straight Alliance. Tim Walz was the faculty advisor.
We saw him not only as a teacher, but a mentor and a leader.
Mr. Walz was a really big part in helping build this community. And he's a big reason why I became a teacher myself. It was inspiring being in his classroom.
The interesting backstory for Tim Walz. And coming up now, I think, is Wes Moore of Maryland. Keeping it honest, yours truly, Anthony Parker. They're just whipping him by now. What do you think about this? Again, so far, here we go. Here's the governor.
Thank you. Thank you. On March 26th, at 1:30 in the morning, a container ship, the length of 3 football fields, slammed into the Francis Scott Key Bridge in Baltimore, and the bridge collapsed. A port that drives 13% of our state's economy was now closed. Thousands of workers were hours away from waking up and realizing they no longer had a job. 6 Marylanders have been on a bridge in the middle of the night fixing potholes, lost their lives. And one of the first phone calls that I got that morning started with these 3 words. Gov, it's Kamala. She said, I know you spoke to the president, and I want you to know we are here with you every step of the way.
And I know you know this story too, so let's listen in and see how Kamala did.
Now, I joined the Army when I was 17. In fact, I was too young to sign the paperwork. I had to ask my mom to sign the paperwork for me because I don't have bone spurs.
Mm-hmm.
I led soldiers in combat in Afghanistan.
Mm.
And my training taught me that you never learn anything about anybody when times are easy. You learn everything you need to know about somebody when times are hard and when the temperature gets turned up. And America, I saw that Kamala Harris is the right one to lead in this moment firsthand. And united with the Almighty God's grace, we brought closure to the families of the 6 victims. And while many said it could take 11 months to reopen the port of Baltimore, we got it done in 11 weeks.
Wow. You're right.
Because that is the story of America. We are a nation of patriots who serve when the mission is hard and who serve when the destination is uncertain. And I know our history is imperfect. The unevenness of the American journey has made some skeptical. But I'm not asking you to give up your skepticism. I just want that skepticism to be your companion and not your captor.
Okay.
And I'm asking that you join us in the work. Because making America great doesn't mean telling people you're not wanted. And loving your country does not mean lying about its history. Making America great means saying the ambitions of this country would be incomplete without your help. It's the legacy of those 6 workers who fixed potholes on a bridge while we slept, who were born in a different country, but who knew that America was big enough for them too.
Everybody's coming together to make it work.
It's the journey. It's the journey of a man raised by a remarkable immigrant single mom, a man who felt handcuffs on his wrist at 11 years old, who now stands before you as the 63rd governor of Maryland and the first Black governor in the history of our state.
Amen to that. Audio. Governor Wes Moore of Maryland.
It's the story. It's the story of a prosecutor who defended our freedoms and had Maryland's back when we needed it most. And now, MVP, we've got your back as well.
MVP. Yeah.
That's right. It's my fellow veteran, my brother, and the next Vice President of the United States, Tim Walz. And now, Tim knows that in the military, you count the days towards mission completion. So guess what, y'all? We have got 75 days and a wake up until Election Day. 75 days and a wake up for us to prove what Americans can do when the pressure is on. 75 days and a wake up for us to show that true patriots do not whine and complain. We put our heads down and we get to work. 75 days and a wake up to build a future that those who came before us hope for, and those who come after us that they deserve. And 75 days and a wake up to elect a leader who is willing to believe in the best of us, and that leader is Kamala Harris, the next president of the United States. Thank you, God bless you, and let's leave no one behind.
Yeah, I like that. Wow, keeping it honest. Yours truly, Anthony Parker, Governor Wes Moore, young looking guy. Wow. And he's governor. We got to keep up with him. A great speech. Coming up now is Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg.
Buttigieg.
There we go. And he ran for president too in 2020.
Good evening, Democrats. Thank you, Chicago. Here's a sentence I never thought I'd hear myself saying. I'm Pete Buttigieg, and you might recognize me from Fox News. I believe in going anywhere, in service of a good cause. And friends, we gather in a very good cause, electing Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, the next president and vice president of the United States. The choice could not be clearer. Donald Trump rants about law and order as if he wasn't a convicted criminal running against a prosecutor. As if we were going to forget that crime was higher on his watch. Talks about the forgotten man, hoping we'll forget that the only economic promise that he actually kept was to cut taxes for the rich. And don't even get me started on his new running mate.
Ooh. Get started. I want to hear it.
At least Mike Pence was polite. J.D. Vance is one of those guys who thinks if you don't live the life that he has in mind for you, then you don't count. Someone who said that if you don't have kids, you have, quote, no physical commitment to the future of this country. You know, Senator, when I deployed to Afghanistan, I didn't have kids then. Many of the men and women who went outside the wire with me didn't have kids either. But let me tell you, our commitment to the future of this country was pretty damn physical.
Yeah. I forgot he was in the military. Also there.
Choosing a guy like J.D. Vance to be America's next vice president sends a message. And the message is that they are doubling down on negativity and grievance. Committing to a concept of campaigning best summed up in one word: darkness. Darkness is what they are selling. The thing is, I just don't believe that America today is in the market for darkness.
He is, right?
I believe America is ready for a better kind of politics. Yes, politics at its worst can be ugly, crushing, demeaning, but it doesn't have to be. At its best, politics can be empowering, uplifting. It can even be a kind of soul craft. My faith teaches me that the world isn't made up of good people and bad people, but rather that each of us is capable of good and bad things. And I believe leaders matter because of what they bring out in each of us, the good or the bad. Right now, the other side is appealing to what is smallest within you. They're telling you that greatness comes from going back to the past. They're telling you that anyone different from you is a threat. They're telling you that your neighbor or nephew or daughter who disagrees with you politically isn't just wrong, but is now the enemy. I believe in a better politics, one that finds us at our most decent and open and brave. The kind of politics that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are offering. And as you have felt these many days, that kind of politics also just feels better to be part of. There is joy in it, as well as power. And if all of that sounds naive, let me insist that I have come to this view not by way of idealism, but by way of experience. Not just the experience of my unlikely career. Someone like me serving in Indiana, serving in Washington, serving in uniform. I'm thinking of something much more basic. I'm thinking of dinner time at our house in Michigan. When the dog is barking and the air fryer is beeping and the mac and cheese is boiling over, and it feels like all the political negotiating experience in the world is not enough for me to get our 3-year-old son and our 3-year-old daughter to just wash their hands and sit at the table. It's the part of our day when politics seems the most distant, and yet the makeup of our kitchen table, The existence of my family is just one example of something that was literally impossible. As recently as 25 years ago, when an anxious teenager growing up in Indiana wondered if he would ever find belonging in this world.
Talk about himself.
This kind of life went from impossible to possible, from possible to real, from real to almost ordinary in less than half a lifetime.
Wow.
But that didn't just happen. It was brought about through idealism and courage, through organizing and persuasion and storytelling, and yes, through politics, the right kind of politics, the kind of politics that can make an impossible dream into an everyday reality. I don't presume to know what it's like in your kitchen, but I know, as sure as I am standing here, that everything in it, the bills you pay at that table, the shape of the family that sits there, the fears and the dreams that you talk about late into the night there, all of it compels us to demand more from our politics than a rerun of some TV wrestling death match.
Donald Trump,
So
WWF.
this November, we get to choose. We get to choose our president. We get to choose our policies, but most of all, we will choose a better politics. A politics that calls us to our better selves and offers us a better everyday. That is what Kamala Harris and Tim Walz represents. That is what Democrats represent. That is what awaits us when America decides to end Trump's politics of darkness once and for all. That is what we choose when we embrace the leaders who are out there building bridges and reject the ones who are out there banning books. This is what we will work for every day to November and beyond. So let's go win this. Thank you, Democrats. Thank you.
Buttigieg. What do you think? I have been impressed so far from everybody who I've seen, which kind of surprised me. Let's go back to this video.
Always busy. And like he says, you get enough time to sleep when you're dead.
I first met Governor Walz and Congressman Walz when I was transitioning out of the Marine Corps, going back to school. He really wanted to know what the experience was of those that were actually using the GI Bill to be improved. It seemed to be a continuation of focus on improving the lives of veterans.
Governor Walz in our unit always would say his catchphrase was, "We'll get it done." And we always did.
The way I've seen him carry himself over the years in Congress and the way he works for veterans, there's no excuse making, there's no scapegoating. It's just accomplish the mission.
Governor Walz has been that way and always will be that way.
Having Governor Walz on the House Veteran Affairs Committee was instrumental in getting the post 9/11 GI Bill not only introduced, but also passed.
When Governor Walz wants change, it'll happen. Back to the Guard. We'll get it done.
All right.
Please welcome EGOT-winning multi-platinum artist and activist, John Legend.
We cannot play John Legend in Sheila E. Unfortunately. For the copyright. But to make sure I check them. There we go. So one thing I found out as far as doing streaming, you have to be careful of some of the music rights. When you had the roll call, couldn't play the roll call because there was music all throughout the roll call, and there's a thing called copyrighted music. Some things you can get away with, some things you can't. I'm learning as I do these shows that there's some songs you just can't have as you're doing a streaming show. I was doing a show um, man, about Cassie, and couldn't really play anything from P. Diddy because, he's music. So, and even with, this is interesting, even with this Democratic convention, I found out that you got to be careful of what you play and let play. So, what do you think so far? Keeping it honest, keeping it simple, keeping it real. Have you liked it so far? I hope you have. It's been a lot. I've been impressed with Pete Buttigieg, he just talked, Transportation Secretary, Speaker Emeritus Nancy Pelosi was kind of like the smallest one for me. Former President Bill Clinton, who still could have run. Tim Walz is coming up. And this is the theme night of Fight for Our Freedom. And don't forget the one, the only Oprah. And she looks really good for 70 years old. Wow. Man, that's crazy. Thank you for supporting us. Don't forget to like, and please don't forget to subscribe. Keep building, keep helping us build. This is day 3 of the convention. Gonna go and see down the way what the next person is talking about before we have Governor Weiss come on.
That Minnesota is known as the land of vice presidents, and we've got another great one on the way. And she's been out there making the case and defending Tim Walz against any attacks from the Republican side.
Yeah, and that is certainly their hope that they're going to see another vice president head to the White House from Minnesota. We've now entered the Minnesota portion of the evening, of course. And what also strikes me is that we are also hearing tonight, more understandably, about someone else we haven't heard a lot about tonight, and that's J.D. Vance. You have heard in all of the speakers, or many of the speakers so far leading into this, mentioning, as Pete Buttigieg did, the threat that they feel that he poses, that this argument that Republicans or the Democrats feel this ticket is more divisive, more dangerous, and countering that with that three-letter word that we keep hearing over and over again, joy. And I think you're going to continue to hear that argument, and perhaps even Walz mentioning J.D. Vance as well.
Even Oprah alluding
Oprah.
to J.D. Vance with the fire in the house and the cat. Oprah saying he would save the cat too. Senator Amy Klobuchar on stage.
Okay.
All right, here we go.
That was a warm-up act. On behalf of the great state of Minnesota, where purple reigns,
Trent.
I stand before you in support of our next Vice President, Tim Walz.
And she ran for president too.
In Minnesota, we trust a coach who turned a team that was 0-27 into state champions. In Minnesota, we trust a hunter who has stood in a deer stand in 10-degree weather. In Minnesota,
Not much there.
we trust a candidate who has made a viral video on how to change a burnt out headlight.
Okay.
And I know we aren't alone, but in Minnesota, we love a dad in plaid.
That's true. Coming from the Obama team, saying he wears a lot of plaid.
So Tim and I go way back. He taught high school right down the road from where my husband John grew up. My mother-in-law even brought him and Gwen a Parmesan chicken dinner when their son was born. That's what we do in America. We look out for our neighbors. Tim has been doing that his whole life, on the farm and in the factory, with his students and his fellow service members. And the truth is, that matters. Who better to take on the price of gas than a guy who could pull over to help change your tire? Who better to serve our nation than a guy who has served in uniform? Who better to find common ground than a guy with Midwestern common sense? A former football coach knows how to level the playing field. And a former public school teacher knows how to school the likes of J.D. Vance.
No.
What you've done with your life matters, and what you do with power matters too. Tim has delivered paid leave, school lunches, and the biggest tax cut in Minnesota history.
He's like a good
Democrat
governor.
from a red district in a purple state, Tim has brought Minnesota together. And together with Vice President Kamala Harris, I know he will do the same for our nation. America, there is so much that we share, so much that connects us. Way up north in Minnesota, out of Lake Itasca, flows the Mississippi River. It starts small and it grows wider. It flows down to Wisconsin and to Iowa. It goes down to Illinois and to Missouri. It goes to Kentucky and Tennessee. It goes to Arkansas and it goes way down to Mississippi. And then it goes all the way down to New Orleans, Louisiana, where the spirit of our nation's resilience abounds. So let us commit here and now to cross the river of our divides to get to a higher ground. And let us join together to elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
And just to let you know, never was really a fan of Klobuchar. She's okay, but it kind of showed me, wow, here's an average person who did get into politics and make a difference. So speaking of difference, you're watching Keeping It Honest with yours truly, Anthony Parker Alexander. We're looking on our list right here. So Tim should be coming up in a minute. Let me know what you think so far. Text me, 216-702-3718, 216-702-3718. Email address, parkerman2011@gmail.com, parkerman2011@gmail.com. And we have coming up, I think right before Tim, this person right here.
Please welcome Ben Ingman from Minnesota.
Tim Walz is the kind of guy you can count on to push you out of a snowbank.
Yeah.
I know this because Tim Walz has pushed me out of a snowbank. I grew up next door to the Walzes in Mankato. Mr. Walz was also my geography teacher.
Wow.
And my coach.
Wow.
Not for high school football, but for 7th grade basketball and track.
Wow.
So what was a high school football coach doing, coaching 7th grade basketball and track? Well, there was a kid in the high school who couldn't afford to pay for lunch, and he ran up a lot of debt. And Tim and Gwen decided they'd help pay it off. They started calling around the district to see if there were any positions they could fill to make a little extra money, and that's how he wound up coaching us 7th graders. That's right. Coach Walz got us excited about what we might achieve together. He believed in us, and he helped us believe in each other. And his leadership stuck. That track team went on to win a state title, just like the football team.
Okay.
That's right. Speaking of which, come on out, Scarlets. Yeah.
19 high school as well. That was a football team. I guess. With some of the parents. It is some older, maybe they're coaches? I don't know. All right. I feel like we're back in high school. Go team! Woo-hoo. You're watching Keeping It Real, Keeping It Honest, Keeping It Simple.
You know, all this
High
got
school
me thinking
years.
about the kinds of leaders we need. We want the people in charge to be genuine, compassionate, and trustworthy. The thing is, there are people in our neighborhoods who fit this description. The kind of people who display quiet leadership by helping kids pay for their lunches, by bringing teams together to believe in each other. And when we're stuck in the snow, they push us out.
Yeah.
Well, in my neighborhood, we always wish that people like that would run for office. Well,
there you go.
In my neighborhood, someone like that did run for office.
Wow, from coach
And he's going to be a wonderful vice president.
to governor,
Thanks
to
very much.
possibly next president. Wow. I love that history. They put it together good.
Out here in the wide open spaces, we are reminded of the values we share: a commitment to community, country, and standing up for what's right. Tim Walz grew up in a small town in Nebraska where he spent summers working the family farm. There were just 24 students in his graduating class. His
Wow.
dad served during the Korean War, and that meant a lot to Tim. So he enlisted right after his 17th birthday and served 24 years in the National Guard, rising to Command Sergeant Major.
You get that
Tim
right.
went to college on the GI Bill and became a social studies teacher. That's where Tim and I met. We shared a classroom with a divider right down the middle. His classroom was a lot louder than mine, but I could hear how engaged his students were. Tim taught for over 15 years, and he coached football, helping lead the team to a state championship after 0 wins just a few years before. Tim taught them how to believe in themselves and that we're all in this together. When one of our students started the school's Gay Straight Alliance, Tim agreed to serve as faculty advisor because he knew how impactful it would be to have a football coach involved. He inspired his students, and he changed lives.
He is just so joyful in everything that he does, but I think also standing up for, what he believes to be right, stands up to bullies.
Then Tim's students inspired him to run for Congress in southern Minnesota.
Wow.
Tim spent a lot of time working with Republicans, fighting to help farmers and expanding veterans' benefits. Whether it was in Congress or as governor, his focus has always been helping working people like those he grew up with. That's why he fought for the largest tax cut in Minnesota state history.
But Tim Walz was there for small businesses like ours.
With the urging of Governor Walz, we were able to pass the Alex Smith Insulin Affordability Act, and it has saved lives in Minnesota.
With Tim as governor, Minnesota is one of the best places to raise a family and one of the best states for business. Tim's a lifelong hunter and gun owner. But after the Sandy Hook school shooting, he knew that we had to do something. So he's fought for background checks and red flag laws.
Okay.
But of all the things he's done, Tim loves being a dad. We struggled to have kids, and fertility treatments made it possible. There's a reason our daughter is named Hope. Hope and Gus mean the world to us.
Governor Walz making good on a promise to his son and family yesterday by getting them a puppy.
Then we're going to go get some food, corn dog.
I'm vegetarian.
Turkey then. And then,
Turkey's meat.
not in Minnesota, turkey special.
He's as at home on a farm, a fishing boat, a football field, or a factory floor as he is on the floor of Congress. Tim's commitment to service all comes back to the values we grew up with. Love your country, help your neighbor, and fight for what's right. Because that's what America is all about.
2 middle-class kids. One, a daughter of Oakland, California. The other, a son of the Nebraska Plains, only in America. Is it possible for them together to make it all the way to the White House?
Well, they're almost there. We'll see what happens. Good story. Check it out yourself, too.
Please welcome the Democratic nominee for Vice President, Governor Tim Walz.
Now we get to hear his side of the story. And it's almost like he ran out there. Let me get to that real quick. He was quicker than me trying to stop the music. Governor Tim Walz, I told you, he's going to be doing this to the heart. It's the Oprah thing. Watch how many times he does that. Governor Tim Walz. As I'm learning, let me see, is the music gone? Not yet. You're watching Keeping It Honest. With yours truly, Anthony Parker. Music's gone. Tim Walz, presidential vice president nominee. Let's hear his story. Okay, here we go. He's going to do his hands.
Thank you. Thank you, first of all, to Vice President Harris. Thanks for putting your trust in me and for inviting me to be part of this incredible campaign. And a thank you to President Joe Biden for 4 years of strong, historic leadership. It's the honor of my life to accept your nomination for Vice President of the United States.
It would be my honor too.
We're all here tonight for one beautiful, simple reason. We love this country. So thank you to all of you here in Chicago and all of you watching at home tonight. Thank you for your passion. Thank you for your determination. And most of all, thank you for bringing the joy to this fight.
I wonder if he's using a teleprompter.
Now, I grew up in Butte, Nebraska, a town of 400 people. I had 24 kids in my high school class, and none of them went to Yale. But I'll tell you what, growing up in a small town like that, you learn how to take care of each other. That family down the road, they may not think like you do. They may not pray like you do. They may not love like you do, but they're your neighbors. And you look out for them, and they look out for you. Everybody belongs, and everybody has a responsibility to contribute. For me, it was serving in the Army National Guard.
Okay, here we go.
I joined up 2 days after my 17th birthday, and I proudly wore our nation's uniform for 24 years.
Very good.
My dad, a Korean War era Army veteran, died of lung cancer a couple years later. He left behind a mountain of medical debt. Thank God for Social Security survivor benefits. And thank God for the GI Bill that allowed my dad and me to go to college, and millions of other Americans. Eventually, like the rest of my family, I fell in love with teaching. Three out of 4 of us married teachers. I wound up teaching social studies and coaching football at Mankato West High School. Go Scarlets. We ran a 44 defense. We played through to the whistle on every single play, and we even won a state championship. Never closed the yearbook, people. But it was those players and my students who inspired me to run for Congress. They saw in me what I had hoped to instill in them, a commitment to the common good, an understanding that we're all in this together, and the belief that a single person can make a real difference for their neighbors. So there I was, a 40-something high school teacher with little kids, 0 political experience, and no money, running in a deep red district.
Yeah.
But you know what? Never underestimate a public school teacher.
Never. There you go.
I represented my neighbors in Congress for 12 years, and I learned an awful lot. I learned how to work across the aisle on issues like growing the rural economies and taking care of veterans. And I learned how to compromise without compromising my values.
Love that, folks.
Then I came back to serve as governor, and we got right to work, making a difference in our neighbors' lives. We cut taxes for the middle class. We passed paid family and medical leave. We invested in fighting crime and affordable housing. We cut the cost of prescription drugs and helped people escape the kind of medical debt that nearly sank my family. And we made sure that every kid in our state gets breakfast and lunch every day.
That sounds really good. Listen.
So while other states were banning books from their schools, we were banishing hunger from ours.
Got a great sales pitch.
We also protected reproductive freedom because in Minnesota, we respect our neighbors and the personal choices they make. And even if we wouldn't make those same choices for ourselves, we've got a golden rule. Mind your own damn business.
Maybe think of another time.
And that includes IVF and fertility treatments. And this is personal for Gwen and I. If you've never experienced the hell that is infertility, I guarantee you know somebody who has. And I can remember praying each night for a phone call. The pit in your stomach when the phone had rang, and the absolute agony when we heard the treatments hadn't worked. It took Gwen and I years, but we had access to fertility treatments. And when our daughter was born, we named her Hope. Hope, Gus, and Gwen, you are my entire world, and I love you.
That's great right there. You have to tap in. If you feel it, love you. Yeah.
I'm letting you in on how we started a family because this is a big part about what this election is about. Freedom. When Republicans use the word freedom, they mean that the government should be free to invade your doctor's office. Corporations free to pollute your air and water. And banks free to take advantage of customers. But when we Democrats talk about freedom, we mean the freedom to make a better life for yourself and the people that you love. Freedom to make your own healthcare decisions.
Freedom.
And yeah, your kids' freedom to go to school without worrying about being shot dead in the hall.
How do you prevent that?
Look, I know guns. I'm a veteran. I'm a hunter. And I was a better shot than most Republicans in Congress, and I got the trophies to prove it. But I'm also a dad. I believe in the Second Amendment, but I also believe our first responsibility is to keep our kids safe.
What do you think so far?
That's what this is all about. The responsibility we have to our kids, to each other, and to the future that we're building together, in which everyone is free to build the kind of life they want. But not everyone has that same sense of responsibility. Some folks just don't understand what it takes to be a good neighbor. Take Donald Trump and J.D. Vance.
Here we go. Don't vote, people.
Their Project 2025 will make things much, much harder for people who are just trying to live their lives.
Project 2025.
They spent a lot of time pretending they know nothing about this. But look, I coached high school football long enough to know, and trust me on this, when somebody takes the time to draw up a playbook, they're going to use it. And we know if these guys get back in the White House, they'll start jacking up the costs on the middle class. They'll repeal the Affordable Care Act. They'll gut Social Security and Medicare. And they will ban abortion across this country, with or without Congress. Here's the thing. It's an agenda nobody asked for. It's an agenda that serves nobody except the richest and the most extreme amongst us. And it's an agenda that does nothing for our neighbors in need. Is it weird? Absolutely. Absolutely.
I do it then.
But it's also wrong. And it's dangerous. It's not just me saying so. It's Trump's own people. They were with him for 4 years. They're warning us that the next 4 years will be much, much worse. You know, when I was teaching every year, we'd elect a student body president. And you know what? Those teenagers could teach Donald Trump a hell of a lot about what a leader is. Leaders don't spend all day insulting people and blaming others. Leaders do the work. So I don't know about you. I'm ready to turn the page on these guys. So go ahead. Say it with me. We're not going back. We've got something better to offer the American people. It starts with our candidate, Kamala Harris. From her first day as a prosecutor, as a district attorney, as an attorney general, as a United States senator, and then our vice president, she's fought on the side of the American people. She's taken on the predators and fraudsters. She's taken down the transnational gangs, and she stood up to powerful corporate interests. She has never hesitated to reach across that aisle if it meant improving your lives. And she's always done it with energy, with passion, and with joy. Folks, we've got a chance to make Kamala Harris the next president of the United States. But I think we owe it to the American people to tell them exactly what she'd do as president before we ask them for their votes.
Right.
So here, this is the part, clip and save it and send it to your undecided relatives so they know.
What
If
will you
you're a
guys
middle
do?
class family or a family trying to get into the middle class, Kamala Harris is going to cut your taxes. If you're getting squeezed by prescription drug prices, Kamala Harris is going to take on Big Pharma. If you're hoping to buy a home, Kamala Harris is going to help make it more affordable. And no matter who you are, Kamala Harris is going to stand up and fight for your freedom to live the life that you want to lead. Because that's what we want for ourselves, and it's what we want for our neighbors. You know, you might not know it, but I haven't given a lot of big speeches like this.
Yeah. Still new, huh?
But I have given a lot of pep talks.
Coach.
So let me finish with this, team.
It's a big team.
It's the fourth quarter.
Uh-oh.
We're down a field goal, but we're on offense and we've got the ball. We're driving down the field. And boy, do we have the right team. Kamala Harris is tough. Kamala Harris is experienced, and Kamala Harris is ready. Our job for everyone watching is to get in the trenches and do the blocking and tackling. 1 inch at a time, 1 yard at a time, 1 phone call at a time, 1 door knock at a time, 1 $5 donation at a time. Look, we got 76 days. That's nothing. There'll be time to sleep when you're dead. We're going to leave it on the field. That's how we'll keep moving forward. That's how we'll turn the page on Donald Trump. That's how we'll build a country where workers come first. Healthcare and housing are human rights. And the government stays the hell out of your bedroom. That's how we make America a place where no child is left hungry, where no community is left behind, where nobody gets told they don't belong. That's how we're going to fight. And as the next president of the United States always says, when we fight, when we fight, thank you. God bless.
All right. Woo, boy, he is a coach, Coach Walz. Governor Coach Walz. What do you think? There's his wife. He talked about his military career a little bit. We're going to see, especially tomorrow, or you watch some of the other news, if they're going to go after him with anything that was negative. So there's his wife, his son, and his daughter, and he's doing that. There we go. I can't do it. Let's see if he does it again. You're watching Keeping It Honest. Yours truly, Anthony Parker Alexander. Governor Tim Walz. There we go. We had a night of former President Bill Clinton, Speaker Emeritus Nancy Pelosi, Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg, and who else did we have? Oh yeah, we had Wes Moore of Maryland and Governor Josh Shapiro. Now, originally, I wasn't thinking this was going to be really a good night. I just thought it was going to be Bill Clinton. But everybody who they had talked did real good. So just because you don't think this is favoritism, I wasn't doing this when they were doing the Republican convention because I didn't have some of my supplies, my technical supplies. Or else I would have done that too. We did air portions of each night when they did the Republican convention, but we didn't really do any live shows. But because you guys have helped me and you've supported me, we're growing. So what do you think now? What do you think? Look at him. Look at him as he's walking away. Is he going to touch the chest again? Wow. There we go. We got one more day left, and it's Miss Kamala Harris. How does this make you feel? If you're undecided, are you deciding now? They're saying this is going to be a close race. We don't know. It's going to be either Donald Trump reelected, or it's going to be Miss Harris. And you think the history of both of them. Donald Trump, convicted felon, and I'm saying that only because everybody else has been saying it, but even if he wasn't a convicted felon, and they didn't use his name as much as I thought they would, which I'm glad, meaning his background, use his policies or whatever. Talk more about his policies. That's what you guys need to do. For the Democrats, are they really even thinking about the significance of having a woman as president, an African-American woman as president, 8 years after they had an African-American man? If that happens, and if she's the right person, how beautiful is this country that they're accepting this? But you can't have half wanting Trump and half wanting Miss Harris, because then it just shows how divided this world is. If you're going to vote, put most of your votes in either the Republican Party or most of your votes in the Democrat Party. Vote with your heart. Vote with your soul. So tomorrow, there's going to be the last night of the Democratic convention. But we're going to go to one of the stations to see what they're talking about that is still on. And hopefully it's not a kiss-up station. Okay, because we don't have time for kiss-up stations. All right. So we're going to go to, as I try to pull up the screen. But tonight was a good night. It was a fun night. It was an interesting night. And as we try to close it soon, we're going to make sure we're on a site that is really talking about something. So let's see what they're saying, and we'll bounce around with them. But not when there's music, okay? Because we can't do music. Come on, people. All right, let's see what we do something real quick. Let's pivot real quick. You're watching Keeping It Honest with yours truly, Anthony Parker Alexander, as we try to get on a site. Let's try this one right here. What were your takeaways from this? Did you learn something from any of these people? Did it make you want to go out and vote? They say there's 70-something days left. And this is what you call real live streaming. Did you get anything out of this too? Prayerfully you did. We're going to try another one real quick. Mainstream media? Are they doing anything? Well, let's see. All right. I think we have something here. You have any comments or questions? You can email yours truly. Parkerman2011 at gmail.com. Parkerman2011 at gmail.com. And I think we have something coming up soon. Okay, that wasn't supposed to be it right there. But you can see that we're constantly working. We like getting other views and other voices and see where they stand. See if they're looking at something totally different from what we're looking at. Because some things may be black and white, but to other people, they're not. So we have coming up here real soon Matthew Perry. We're going to talk about him on one of our shows. So we're going to NBC News now. And I think they're following up as far as what they saw on this. And we can watch this together and see, okay, well, you know what? They put another different spin on this. And what is Donald Trump doing today? Was he doing a rally today? He's got one more day of this so we can see how he's been doing. Because this week has been for the Democrats, so they're going to have a bounce for about another week. And then when things settle down, then this race is on. And then you have the debate, and then you have election. We'll really see how's it going to work out.
Welcome back to our special coverage of the third night of the DNC, the program wrapping up just a few moments ago. Tomorrow, of course, is the big night, the culmination of this convention. Vice President Kamala Harris to deliver her acceptance speech, and she will be making history once again.
Let's bring back Kristen Welker and Hallie Jackson for some final thoughts. This is obviously the big windup for tomorrow. How will these things mesh?
Well, you're right. I mean, on the one hand, you have Tim Walz, who's introducing himself to the American public. You have Vice President Kamala Harris, who tomorrow night will deliver the most important speech of her political career. She will be reintroducing herself, and she's really going to, I think, draw the same type of contrast that we heard Tim Walz draw tonight. She's going to have to paint a vision of what she wants to do if she's elected. I don't know that she's going to delve into a whole lot of policy details, but again, I think you're going to see that sharp contrast. One of the things that really stands out to me tonight after night 3 is the extent to which there was a real focus on independence, from Oprah speaking, talking about the fact that she's an independent. You heard Governor Tim Walz tout the fact that he's a gun owner, he's a veteran, that he wants to adhere to the Second Amendment. At the same time, he wants to keep kids safe in schools. That's the type of messaging that could potentially reach out to some of those independent, some of those undecided voters who are going to be so critical. And then we have to say it over and over again, the issue of reproductive rights is just the common thread that runs through every single speech that we have heard. Democrats clearly believe that is going to be the animating factor in this election.
Yeah, because that is interesting. Reproduction rights. I think that's going to be the one, if VP Harris wins, that it will be because of that. How do the Republicans go against that? That's going to be hard. But now, Oprah too was here. Forget. Independent. She says she's an independent voter. Going after those independents, going after those Republicans, going after, I think, the black men. How do they put that one in there? Are they going to discuss that? That may be the weakest one that maybe Kamala may not be able to get. We know the women, the reproduction issues is strong. The gun owners, okay, is strong. The military now may be strong. The independents may be strong. This is going to be a case for Kamala to either win or lose, because do we really know who she is? Is she that soft person that was behind Biden? Is she taking some of Biden's stuff and taking it with her, which could be the second term of Biden? Or how is she explaining when she's flip-flopped? This tomorrow, like they said, will be the defining moment for Kamala on if America's going to want to pick her or not pick her to be their next president.
We were quite touched by his description of his own family's adventure.
Spoken very personal terms about his own
adventure. Obviously meant they were
Well, you know, it's interesting too, because we haven't talked about it all that much. And frankly, Kamala Harris hasn't made so much of it. The fact that this would be the first female commander in chief. Part of the program tomorrow night will address her foreign policy credentials. For example, former CIA Director Leon Panetta expected to come to the podium here and talk about that aspect of her experience. But that's a really important credential that she has to sell people on.
Absolutely. And I think that you are going to hear a full-throated endorsement from all of the speakers tomorrow for why she does have those credentials to do that. But what's notable is she's not leaning into the historic nature of her campaign. It's such a different tone than what we heard from Hillary Clinton, for example, when she was running for president in 2016, when she really leaned into the idea that she would be the first woman president. Kamala Harris continues to quote her late mother, who said, make sure you're the first, but not the last.
Interesting, because Barack Obama did not emphasize the historic nature of his candidacy either.
Yeah.
And it worked for him.
It worked for him because she is running, she would say, to be the president of everyone, that yes, she would be an historic choice, but that's not the only credential and her only leading credential.
But that is interesting. Again, the gravity of her being the first woman president and the first African-American woman president, that's an incredible legacy, just like Barack Obama. But when you look at that as people, as it died down, we just accept people as people. But in reality, as we look at people, we have to look at people. The first woman president, whether you're black or white, the first woman president, she could be on the fingertips, and we could be on the fingertips of looking at history taking place.
And we talk about reintroducing herself. I mean, what don't we know? What do voters need to know about her?
Anything about what she would be like, right, as the presidential nominee. They know her as the vice president. They know her as a presidential candidate unsuccessfully, but not in a position like this.
All right, well, that concludes our coverage of the third night of the Democratic National Convention here in Chicago.
All right, so they're like, okay, guys, we are out of here. All right, so the legacy, okay? This is crazy when you think about it. Not crazy in a bad way, but it's very interesting. I'm going to see if we can find one more real quick to give viewpoints. Of this election. Wow. You're watching Keeping It Honest. Yours truly, Anthony Parker Alexander. As we look to see if there's any more coverage of this convention. We've been on for 4 hours today. Okay. So we've done 5 hours, 5.5 hours the first day, 3 hours the second day. That's 8.5 hours. And then 4 hours today. That's 12.5 hours. So we've been averaging 4 hours every day for coverage. Wow. So making sure that's it. Got everything out here. Okay. There we go. So it's going to be interesting. Tomorrow, one thing I have tomorrow is that she's going to speak. And let me see if I can pull up. And if I can't pull it up, I guess we'll all be surprised. We know she's going to speak tomorrow. And she has to give the speech of her life. And it'll be the Democratic Convention, day number 3. We hope you've enjoyed the show. Let me see if I can get some comments as I look on my phone. So we have people that comment on the show, and we put videos out there and people respond to the videos. And I said something about, Walz and how sometimes he uses his language, which I'm not a fan of. So I got this one from Fantabulu. It says, Walz lied about his service record. He donated $2 million to a foreign country. Kamala is a liar and a traitor and will always be one. If you get a flat tire, you don't ride it for 4 years and expect it to fix itself. You get a new tire. I don't know if I read that one before or not. Where's my crowd? That was one about Donald Trump saying he had a bigger crowd than Dr. King's I Have a Dream speech. News has been too much. A lot of people can't even respond to the news because it's always like something taking its place. But this one is from Just Saying 3706. Larger than a crowd for Martin Luther King's I Have a Dream speech. Again, Trump really packs them in. Looks more like a local KKK meeting. Wow. Okay. And let's see. Kamala's future is from David. If Americans vote for her, it shows the incompetency of the nation. And F us on the future and F us on the past. James, very positive person, being sarcastic. And CJ, Trump don't just come on, man. Not again. Okay. And here we go. Better looking. When Trump said he was better looking. Here's your big heck yeah, brother, and please. Keep on keeping on while you're shining on and passing on to another. You're freaking awesome. Okay. And higher meat prices. It's a response to a video, higher meat prices. Trump and Vance. We want freedom, not communism. Let's make America great again. All right. Oh, real quick too. This breaking news, it happened yesterday. So RFK Jr.'s running mate, she was on a podcast. And RFK is still running. And she's kind of running. I think she's ready to give in, and maybe RFK might give in, but who's he gonna promote? Who's he gonna endorse? He's gonna endorse the Democrats? I don't think he is. And is he gonna endorse Donald Trump? So this was a breaking news story. RFK Jr.'s running mate outlines 2 options: drop out and back Trump, or risk Harris win. All right. So there's been rumors that, and a reporter asked the vice presidential candidate for RFK Jr. what she wants to do. And there's rumors that she wants to run for governor in a couple of years. So she's doing this supporting RFK. And I think they're really watching this. They have to be watching this, really. I mean, what is their way of winning, really? But that somebody asked Donald Trump too, would he be interested in going after RFK Jr. and putting him in his cabinet? And he said, well, I haven't thought of that. That's something I think about, but I would really love his endorsement. Because RFK has the independence. And as you saw Oprah, she's trying to get the independence. How much of that independence will hurt this race? Because will RFK Jr. stay in there? And if he stays in there, are people going to vote for him? Or are they going to say, RFK going to say, you know what, I endorse Trump? And then his independent people go to Trump. But if RFK stays in there, Jr., will it hurt the election? We'll have to look at the numbers and see. But he probably won't go back to the Democrats. And so there's a podcast. I'm going to talk about that tomorrow that you guys have to listen to. to hear the lady, I don't have her name in front of me, who's a VP candidate with RFK, and she was on this show, and she was saying how the Democratic Party were doing things that were trying to push them off the ticket, running independent. And from what you could tell, it seems like that they would rather go to Trump than go back to the Democratic Party. So we hear all the things. Maybe I'll have that tomorrow. But we hear all the good things about the Democratic Party. But all the parties are kind of rough. Cornel West, he's third partying himself. When are these guys going to eventually say, yeah, we have no way of winning? But are they trying to make a deal where if they endorse somebody, they may get on the cabinet? Because you don't want them to disappear. I mean, Pete Buttigieg, who 4 years ago ran for president, he became the transportation secretary. And so his days are, closing too. He ran against Kamala, and he ran against Joe Biden. And Joe Biden got Pete, and he got Kamala. So politics is a crazy thing, but you have to honor people when they really get out there. Make sure you look at Tim. I've been hard on Tim, talking about his service and everything. You've seen some of my shows. But if his story is as legitimate as it seems, and he was just a coach, and people in his community said, why don't you run? And kids supported him. And then he became a congressman. I ran for Congress, so I know. And then he ran for governor. And now he's on the cusp of becoming vice president. It shows you the human nature of people. And when you believe in something, no matter what, doesn't matter if you got 10%, 90% is against you, 10% is for you, or that 1% is for you. If you got faith in whatever you believe in, and you believe it, no matter what's against you, then you might be able to achieve it. Keep hope alive. We saw Bill Clinton, 78 years old. He technically could run again for president because Donald Trump, 78. Biden's 82. All these people that are running or that have been president or that could be president or that could have been president were at the Democratic convention. So let me know if you've seen both conventions. I've seen both of them. And both of them been good in their own way. But it's still up to the voters. You still need to get out the vote. So I appreciate and thank you for watching. Go to my Patreon page. Like I said, support us there. Hit the like, hit the share, hit the subscribe button. And we thank you for supporting our show. Like I said before, we do 5-second clips up to 5.5-hour movies, really. The long version. And hopefully you tell your friends too. Subscribe, subscribe, subscribe. So tomorrow's the last day. We do Keeping It Honest. We do Midnight at the Oasis. We haven't done that a couple days because our show has been running for hours. We'll be back to Midnight at the Oasis as soon as this convention's over with. But tell your friends, we do things in a Parker twist, Parker spin, like that. And we wouldn't be able to do it without you guys supporting us. We thank you very much. So in closing, stay tuned tomorrow, same time. Last night, day 4, Kamala. After you watch her, if you haven't decided, maybe you will, maybe you won't. We'll know by then. And then we'll be on the other channels to get their different views and everything. So look for your notifications and everything. In closing, keep your head up, never look down, always believe in yourself, and therein will lie your answer. We don't just keep it simple. We don't just keep it real. We keep it honest. I'm Anthony Parker Alexander. God bless.